Hello everybody, welcome to the
Yeah,
6
welcome
hours of the
everyone.
Nürburgring. Today is the race. We've got a quick practice session. The session's going to forward in a little bit. But yeah, we've got 6 hours ahead of action of the Nürburgring. We got Luca alongside me today. How's it going?
Doing good. Watched F1 quali, and now we have this glorious race to get to.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Quali was pretty tight. The top 40 cars out of the 50 are separated by less than 2 seconds. So we've got a pretty tight and competitive field here today.
It should be great to watch.
And this field has been split up into 3 classes, the Pro-Am, and the AM classes. So there should be fights all around, up and down the field, all the way up from first to last place.
We'll do the best to cover them all, but we can't be in 100 places at once, unfortunately. But we can be in one place at once, so we'll try to cover as much
Yeah,
as we
we'll
can.
definitely try our best.
So right now we're watching on board with some of our own members of NCR, Andrea, and then their team green, I believe. So they should do well. I know Andrea as a driver. He's very fast, very consistent, and they should do well.
Yeah, all 3 of the guys on the team are good, and they know the Audi like the back of their hand as well. They've got, as their team name says, the NCR engineers. They really know what they're doing when it comes to car setups and the numbers and the figures when it comes down to that. You see Andrea going through the Schumacher S here, one of the hardest complexes to get right around the Nürburgring, an uphill left-right chicane, almost flat out.
In some cars, you can just almost take it flat out just with half a lift.
It's just, yeah, it's just that little bit of
Yeah.
lift you need and the confidence in the car to really send it up the hill.
Fortunately, it looks like a Ferrari's holding him up a little bit here.
It's just practice,
Hopefully, I'll
everyone's
let him
just
by.
warming
Yeah,
up their
just
tires.
practice.
And now entering the quick chicane before running down to the last corner. This sim uses that quick chicane rather than that slow chicane most commonly seen on the Grand Prix variant of the track. But even then, that quick chicane is quite a challenge.
Yeah, I prefer the quick chicane. I think it's much more challenging. Also, I think it actually gives more overtaking opportunities because the more time you try to get through there, the more likely you are to spin.
That is true, it does provide some very exciting side-by-side action on the lead up to the chicane. If timing is up, if you want to take a look at that, you can hit !! timing. That'll give you a link to the pit wall, and you can see all the timings and the gaps between different cars and drivers. Stints as well. Stints are displayed on there, which is a really big help in long endurance events like this one. Just to know how what everybody's strategy more or less is.
It's hard to tell what everyone's strategy will be. It's going to take at least about 2 hours till you really know who
That's true.
has the good strategy and stuff. You can't really tell through one stop.
That is true, very true. With the 70-minute stint timer through the 6 hours, drivers, or teams I guess, have the option to do either 6 1-hour stints or try and extend those 70 minutes as much as possible and just do a quick 10-minute splash and dash at the end, or whenever they choose to. That'll save them
Yeah,
a
it should
couple
be
seconds in the pit
interesting.
stop, because just refueling and not doing that driver swap or a tire change will save you about 20 seconds in the pits.
Even less if you're only putting in 10 minutes of fuel. That should probably be like a 6-second stop, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. So it says there, here we go, we have got a server restart. One more time, everyone's going to join and we will get the race underway. For now, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Just a quick server restart so that make sure everything runs smoothly for the entirety of the race. We are a little bit delayed, but we'll try and get things going as quick as possible here. Just got to make sure all the teams are able to join and connect. All of the other services should be up and running. Pit wall should be back up now
Yep.
as well. So, sorry for the delays, everybody, but we do want to make sure that everyone has a fun time in the race. So, it's not their problem, their fault that connection issues happen. So we're just going to make sure that this runs as good as possible for everybody involved. When the server forwards, we can take a look at the qualifying results. It was a really close battle for pole position. The two only separated by a couple hundredths of a second. And like we mentioned earlier, the field is very tight all the way down to P40. Less than 2 seconds between them, and the top 20 are all within 1 second. So it should lead to some really, really close action in the beginning and hopefully the later stages of the race as well. Just watching some cars go around in free practice as we wait for the whole field to pile in, and so we can forward the session. And we'll get going with the race.
Yeah. I currently have pit wall set up. I went
There you
and
go.
got the subscription for $2,
Perfect.
and I'll act as our main guy in the booth, and I will take a look at all the gaps. I will look at everything,
Amazing.
and yeah, should be good. Got some competitive times already. A 155.484. That is a good time, especially right out of the box. I think my personal best ever is a 155.2.
Yeah, there were some blistering times in the quali yesterday. The conditions were pretty ideal. The track was only at about 22 degrees, but pole position was 153.0.5, I believe. That was set by this team, the 819 Madhouse Racing.
Hmm.
This team was actually tied for pole in the 6-hour Misano event with another team. They set the identical lap time the last event and came back for this event and have pole all on their own now.
Now, you really wouldn't figure the McLaren to be too fast around here. Really, the only advantage it has is through the Schumacher S's, the two fast corners. But overall, the McLaren seems to be a fast, stable car around here.
And here we see the session is being forwarded.
And now we have 4 minutes till we start the race.
Thanks to everyone who's tuning in for the start of this race. There on the left-hand side, we can see the grid order. So there we've got McLaren, Porsche, Audi, Porsche, McLaren, Bentley, Aston Martin, McLaren, Aston Martin, Audi, Aston, Lexus, Lamborghini, fastest Lambos in P14. Then we've got Audi, Aston, Audi. Can you tell which cars are fast around here? Because
Hmm.
I think I'm catching a trend.
Yeah, same here.
And then we've got the 279 Audi in P17 rounding off the Pro class. From P18 to P34, we have the Pro Am class. There we see a pretty scattered grid. Everything from Lexus to Lamborghini to Porsche. Then from P36 to P49, we've got the Am class. Sorry, from P35 to P49, that is. We've got the Am class. Seems the Ferraris are kind of struggling around the track at this event. All of them
Yeah,
are.
it's a well-balanced car, the Ferrari, so
We'll see. I mean, qualifying is just one thing. We'll see how far. The race is another.
yeah, you can go from last to first in all of these endurance races. Very easy to do.
Especially when
Oh.
you're,
Yeah.
the field is split between the three classes also.
Hmm.
It'll be a nice fight for everyone, even at the back, to try and work up a position up to a podium, even in their class.
Hmm.
A couple of rules for the event. There's a 70-minute stint timer, which drivers must not exceed, or else they will get a big penalty. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's 130 seconds. Other than that, there's 1x time progression, so we will run into the dark from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Just about a little over a minute till we start the formation lap. The drivers will go around one time at reduced speed, and then they'll form up, and then we'll go away for the grid.
Nice and cloudy day, so the sun won't affect the drivers too much as it begins to set.
Yeah,
But
I'd prefer to have the sun myself. I prefer that over the gloomy day here in Germany. Germany.
yeah, well, it's just the day we got today,
Yep.
even though we set the conditions. Either way, it looks like a couple of cars have failed to hit drive, so they will be starting from the pit lane.
That
As
either is going to end up as a blessing for them or a curse for them. Depending on how safe these drivers are in turn one, they may gain a ton of positions or they'll just lose a ton.
that's true, but over the course of the 6 hours, still
Yeah,
a lot can
they
happen.
should be able to regain that time they lost as long as they have good pace.
Yeah, and this is a good looking livery package we've got here. Plenty of great looking cars on the grid, and the connection has been lost. It looks like there must be some other issues. I'm not sure
That
what
is,
happened there, but again,
yeah.
we'll be right back. Thanks everybody for your patience. We're back. Server had a malfunction yet again. Dang restarts.
Unfortunate.
These dang
Yep,
restarts.
unfortunately, restarts.
Restarts do kind of tend to lead to more restarts. So,
Yeah. Hopefully, we don't have to deal with that again here. Yeah, so far it appears that most people have good connection, or at least good enough to race. which should be good. We don't want to have anyone lagging into each other and blowing up other people. It is not fun. I can say that because I have been one of those people who have blown up others due to bad connection. I thought because that getting the pit wall was only going to bill me $2 here. It turns out it billed me for the entire year, so it billed me 34, which is unfortunate. Sounds good.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that delay. For now, I'm going to hand you to Luca, and I'll be back for the race
Yes.
start.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, we had another server issue, but now we should be ready to go. I have pit wall all set up so I can see all the gaps, all the times, and absolutely everything. So I will give you all the rundown. Currently, we have Kyle Fresnen in first place, qualified on pole. That McLaren is bloody quick around here. Did very good job. And yeah, lots of Audis, lots of Porsches, lots of McLarens around here. And it should be a really good race. We have 2 minutes 30 seconds till we get underway. So now we just wait and see as this camera slowly scrolls down the grid. 34 viewers. Well, hello, you 34 viewers watching our stream. Um, are you wasting your life away? I'm just sorry. I'm just saying. You're watching a get commentate over this race, so. But it should all be good. Should be fun. Alright then, only 45 seconds left till we start this session. So, let's go into it. McLaren on pole, followed by a Porsche, then an Audi and an Audi, then another Porsche, then another McLaren, then a Bentley. I'm actually surprised someone's using the Bentley around here. It is not the best around here. Just the car is not good at the low speed corners, and the high speed corners it isn't the best at either, but someone's using it. Then an Aston, a McLaren, an Aston, an Audi, an Aston, a Lexus, a Lambo, an Audi. Yeah, there's a lot of Audis, Astons, and McLarens here, isn't there? But it should be a good race. And now we start the formation lap. All the cars pulling away.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let's do this.
Hello, cuz. Formation lap is underway.
This is going to be a great race. We've got a nice and packed field. Some
Lots of McLarens, lots of Audis, lots of Astons.
We've got a good commentary duo. Got all you can. We got all you could ever want.
Yeah.
Now I've had my coffee. I'm awake-ish.
Kinda. Maybe.
Awake enough to do some commentary for everybody this morning. It's gonna be very fun. I just hope that we get through first couple turns pretty cleanly. I'm sure all these drivers are anxious to get underway. We did have a bit of a lengthy delay, so nothing we could do. ACC free weekend is on, so there's just a bunch of
New players. Yeah.
servers getting filled, random stuff happening to our server files, so nothing we can do about that, but we really appreciate everybody for hanging on tight. As we get through the Schumacher S on the formation lap.
Yep.
Tires.
They'll be forming. Yep, they'll be forming up in side by side now, and it should be good.
Just getting their tires, their brakes as warm as they can for the start of the race. They're probably not going to get them up to perfect temperature and pressures, but they can definitely do their best to on the run down to turn 1 on that very hard braking zone. Haters. There were a bunch of server problems from ACC free weekend. Like all of our files just kept getting corrupted, so everybody's stint timer wasn't displaying. Everyone had 0 drivers displaying, so we just really had to wait a little bit for all those issues to get restarted.
Yeah, ACC really. It's a great game. Sometimes it's
It's a
not
great
a
game
great
if not
game.
everybody plays it at the same time.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
But either way, drivers are going around the chicane as they approach the last turn to the start-finish straight where the green lights will go out and the race will get underway.
Yeah.
Going around turn 15 for the last time on the formation lap.
McLaren's trying to get as big of a gap as he can.
Here we go, side by
And
side. And here we go, green, green, green.
Yep, away we go.
And some drivers already getting drive-throughs for being
Oh,
out of
geez.
position at the
Oh,
start.
the leaders.
The leaders
Leader
top
number
first and
third
third.
place,
Let's see if everyone can keep
and
it nice
number
and tight.
33.
A bit of a send on the inside by the Porsche there. He's going to get spun around by himself.
Ooh, that really was a silly move by him. Really
Yeah,
shouldn't have done that.
It was quite sent
And
on the
from the
inside.
pole position McLaren and the third place Audi number 96 already getting a drive-through. That's really gonna put them back. They're gonna have to
Yeah, and then
fight their way
McLaren
through
is losing
traffic.
places too. They did start on pole. They already lost like 4 or 5 places from the start.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the back of, more close to the back of the grid and see if everything's nice and tight. Yeah, haters, I think I agree with you there. They were very aggressive off the line. They were very far ahead of everybody else.
Yeah. They just were trying to get as far out as they could, but
Yeah, ultimately
didn't turn
cost
out
them in
well
the
for
end.
them.
Nice and clean at the back there. Everybody getting through okay.
Yeah.
Here we have... Who is this as the timing table gets refreshed?
Readjusted.
This
Yeah.
looks like this is P2. Or nope, that's P1. This is the number 11 Porsche leading the race. The 96 Audi behind with a drive-through. And the car 13 Audi behind them.
And what number 96 right now should do is just stay out front as long as he can. If he can get past the Porsche without obviously killing him, he needs to get out front and try to stretch as much of a gap as he can before he has to serve that drive-through. You don't want to be serving it right off the bat, because that will put you right down to the back of the grid and put you right in the middle of traffic. Right now he really just needs to spread his legs and just get out there. Down the inside, Christian Lautenbach, down the inside of the Aston of Anderson, tries to make it stick, but hard to go around the outside there. And now from attacking, he goes to defending against number 16 of... Don't know how to pronounce that name, so I'm not going to even try.
Take a look back to the front. It looks like those drive-thrus were cleared for everybody by race control, so this is the position that everybody is in.
Personally, I I'm against the drive-throughs getting cleared. They screwed up on the start, so they should get the penalty for that. Yes, that's a bad example to the drivers that if you speed on the start and you try to gain an advantage from that, you're not going to get penalized. Right now, the number 96 Audi is definitely a bit quicker than the Porsche ahead. You can just tell through the medium high speed, he's much more confident. Porsche probably just doesn't have the tires at the proper pressure yet.
Oh, and as we
Oh,
see
and
a spin in front.
the number 96, come on! That's exactly what you don't want to do. You don't want to take out the leader. Now there's going to definitely be a penalty coming his way. He just misjudged his braking and went straight into the back of him.
Now he has waited and let the car he crashed through.
Yeah.
That'll serve him nicely in the niceness column, but I'm not sure if the stewards will still take it that nicely into account.
Yeah, you can't just be doing that, man. That's really just screwed both of the races over already. Dropped them down the field early on in the stint. They're both going to be in clean air. They could have just stretched out in front.
And now the new leader is the number 13 Audi of Fortune Hunter Racing, being followed closely by the McLaren of Races 1, the number 33. We'll watch this battle go on into turn number 11. Or that was turn 10, this is turn 11. Now approaching the very fast, flat-out right-handed kink on the approach to the chicane. The McLaren is not quite close enough to make a move on into the chicane. The Audi's getting quite wiggly, not quite taking the correct line. This might give the McLaren an opportunity to make a move. The Audi covers it off nicely, though, defending that inside on the tight ultimate corner. Now we'll see if the McLaren can try and use the slipstream to its advantage on the run down to turn 1. Maybe take a dive down the inside. Still plenty of time left in the race, so no need to take any risky moves here.
Yeah.
Takes it nice and easy into turn 1, just waiting for the Audi to open up a gap. Open up some room maybe on the inside, maybe do a small mistake, a little bit of a slide just to be able to let that McLaren slide at his nose alongside. Ooh, very aggressive on the brakes there. The Audi taking it very cautiously into turn 3 and 4.
I would be against that McLaren going wide there. Too early on to be getting a track limits warning.
Yeah, very true. You don't want to risk that. Here we have the 51 Aston Martin trying to chase down the 101 McLaren in front. This is a battle for 5th place.
David DiMarco, I believe last time out in NCR, in our previous race at Spa, he got 3rd place in the wet with that Aston. The Aston's a very quick car and it's very capable. A 10-second time penalty awarded to car 16 here.
Yeah, just some couple of verdicts coming through from the stewards as they get as they filter through all of the incidents that have been coming in through the first couple of laps. Here we have a battle for 18th between the 999 Audi and Lexus in front and 2 Astons behind.
Only 9 minutes in, and this race is very close still.
Yeah, that's very true. No really major gaps opening up anywhere. The biggest one I see is a 3-second gap between 9th and 8th place, and another 3-second gap between 15th and 16th.
Yeah, not much of a gap.
Yeah, even then 3 seconds that can be closed down in no time.
And Vincenzo, stop chatting in chat. You're supposed to be focusing on your team.
Could just be have the pit wall server up with all the timings and just be listening in, so.
Yeah.
Even with that free account, you can do that. Let's take a look on the wing of the Audi. The battle's going on behind. Very big train forming up behind the car in 17th place. Go back to the front of the grid. This is the battle for 5th, continuing between the 101 McLaren and the 51 Aston Martin. Bit of a train developing behind this car now. You see the Aston trying to close that gap in the slipstream, but is just not quite able to do so, as a Porsche's exiting the pits there on the left. Here we have the team that started on pole position, now dropping back into 10th place, trying to survive this onslaught of cars coming through. We've got a Aston coming through on the inside. Now the outside, let's see if they can get that move done. They're still side by side. We've got Andrea right behind them looking to try and snag some positions here as well.
Yeah, from
2
going on
cars
pole,
side by
they have
side.
really had a bad start here.
Yeah, perhaps some damage is limiting their top speed and their quickness around here.
Or just maybe they're not in the right mindset right now, getting shuffled back. All it's going to do is just make you think you can't go faster.
That's true, but this you're very right there, but that he is able to maintain his position in front of the number 50 Aston Martin.
You know, he's starting to form a train behind him. This ain't the Trulli train, it's the Kyle train.
Still a long way to go. As the Aston tries a move, goes deep, this is going to give Andrea that position.
Ooh.
As the 2 beer racing
Almost
teams go
the
side by side.
McLaren. Yeah, Andrea really has had a good start, going all the way up from, what, 22nd, 23rd on the grid?
Yeah, all the way up to 13th now. Oh yeah, 12th, you're right.
Yeah, 12th place. As the Lexus gets by the Aston going into the chicane.
Take a look back at the front in the battle for 5th place. Still, the Aston has no way by the McLaren. Has a quick look on the inside.
But nothing yet.
Nothing yet. That Aston can't be too aggressive, though. He doesn't want to open up any room for the Porsche and Audi behind them. Those 2 were the cars in the lead before they had the contact.
Yeah, and the Aston, for sure, does not have the best brakes. It's okay under braking, but it is not a car like the Mercedes where you can just lean on the brakes all the time.
That's true. The Aston, when depending on the driver, some drivers don't really like to be very aggressive with their brake bias to help out with the braking power. So it really just depends on who's in the car, how they're trying to drive it right now, because over the course of a 6-hour race, your brakes do take quite a bit of a beating.
Yeah.
As we see more and more penalties filtering through from the stewards, we'll just see how big of an effect that plays on later in the race. The drivers can have the option to serve their penalty during their pit stops. Ooh, as the car number 5 in position 5 goes wide, he's going to give up 2 places there to the Aston Martin and the Porsche. only drops back 2 places to 7th. Now he's got the 96 Audi on his tail.
Now Audi, I know you already took out the leader once. You don't need to take out another guy.
He's going to have he's got a great slipstream. He's going to try and have a look here into the chicane. The McLaren is covering off the inside. Moves back to the outside. Not enough room there for the Audi to make a dive.
And that was a bit of a dirty defending. Double move by the McLaren.
I think he was okay, just because he wasn't in the braking zone yet.
Yeah.
I agree, it was aggressive, but I think it was still legal. And we'll see just how far the Audi is going to go to the inside to try and attack. Ooh, they're going to be very close, bumper to bumper. Almost contact there into turn 1. The McLaren still stays in front, though.
I thought that was going to be a carbon copy of the previous move we saw earlier between 96 and number 11.
Let's take a look in the battle for P22. We've got the Bengal Racing Crews trying to defend from the 818 Aston as we see a car spinning on the inside of turn 1.
Ooh, just hit the inside curb there, just spun him around.
There we have the Madhouse Racing sister team in the Aston 818 in P24 at the moment, trying to climb up the leaderboard as best they can. The Bengal Racing Crew doing a great job defending here in car number 100. And back up into 5th place, we see the Aston trying to defend from the Porsche behind. Into the chicane they go. Oh, as we see behind, the Audi and the McLaren were going side by side into the chicane. The McLaren still is able to hold the position.
Just barely on.
Barely, yeah. That was close. And meanwhile, this battle is allowing the Porsche behind them to catch up. Actually, that doesn't look like it is for position. I think that is a car that experienced some damage early on and now has to try and recover. McLaren still defending very well, not letting any room, not giving any room to the Audi on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah. If I was correct, did I just see the NCR car come out of the pit lane?
I do believe they had a disconnect and they reconnected and had to start again from the pits.
That is rather unfortunate. Andrea's cursed internet strikes once again.
Yeah, but still very early on in the race. Only one lap down for now. Let's see if they should be able to recover just fine from that. Here, let's take a look at the battle for 11th place. We've got a big train behind the Madhouse car still. Got 4 cars within 2 seconds of each other. And neither one wants to give an inch of space to the one behind to try and maintain track position as best they can.
Yeah, I'd go for that, Aston. You gotta go for it. You're losing a lot of time behind the McLaren.
Yeah, that's true. In front of the McLaren, there's already a 3.5 second gap.
Yeah. McLaren must have damage or something wrong. It's either damage or something wrong with the tires. Just not up to pressure.
That's true.
Or
they could
just
have
selected wrong pressures.
Yep, that's right. There shouldn't be an issue with the used tire sets either because of the server restart. So it could just be down to a pressure issue. As we see the battle for 5th place still going on between the EDEC car 51 Aston Martin defending from the number 11 Porsche, started in 2nd place on the grid. Porsche trying to cut back, but the Aston is still enough in front for the cutback to not be as effective. As we look back at the battle for 11th place, so there's a car on the outside of turn 1. very respectfully waiting for other cars to go through. Good sportsmanship there. Much appreciated. Good to see that. Luke, I'm going to leave you with this battle. I'll be back in a quick second.
All right, sounds good. The Aston and McLaren are really going at each other. The Aston is so much quicker. You can definitely tell that just by looking at it. The car has much better speed than the McLaren. And as we see, more penalties. Stop go. 10 seconds to car number 555. That's really going to push them back. They are now currently in, let me see, 48th place. So naturally won't affect them too much since they're already at the back of the grid, unfortunately. Now the number 14, or yeah, 14th place, number 122, fighting against the lap down Porsche, and now we have the back to the McLaren, and we're
Sorry
switching on.
about that. I was trying to find where the battle was.
Yeah. No,
Here's the battle.
yeah. 24 Lexus versus the number 50 Aston for 11th place. Yeah, not close enough to make a lunge yet. Need to be within a tenth or 2/10 of a second going into that corner at least to make a move.
Yeah, what happened to that McLaren? Did it go wide or something? It lost a couple
I
more
think,
places at the back of
yeah,
the
I
pack
think it
now.
must have went wide or must have spun out or something.
Yeah, because it used to be at the front of this pack, and now it's 3 seconds behind it.
Hopefully it didn't get pit maneuvered out of the way.
Yes, that's true. Not quite close enough for any of these cars to be making a move quite yet. Let's take a look at a battle elsewhere. This is for P27 between the 45 Lexus and the 99 Audi. This is on the approach to turn 7, the pretty low speed right-hand hairpin. There's a lot of banking on that curve though, so you are able to carry a bunch of speed around it on the approach to the Schumacher S. Up the hill, left, right then left. Approaching turn 10, medium speed right-hander. Trying to set yourself up back on the left side for this quick right-hander in turn 11, trying to get a good approach for the exit onto this back straight. If you could call it a back straight, it's got this kink in it, but that kink is flat out, so drivers don't really have much of a challenge there other than G-forces, which, of course, the sim racers aren't really experiencing.
Yep. All we have to deal with is the strength of on our arms, and if one Mr. Haters, you don't really have to even deal with those considering the age of his wheel. But now we go back to the battle for 11th, number 24 versus number 50. That Aston keeping right up with the back of the Lexus with his teammate right behind him. Currently,
Yeah, his
number 20.
teammate able to get through the Lamborghini behind, so now the two beer racing cars are 1 and 2 behind each other on track.
Currently, number 24 is in second place overall in class, but after the penalty, I believe they'll probably be closer to 7th or 8th in class.
Here we see the lovely
And is that
Lambo
the
legends.
and it was at the Aston I saw number 50 flashing the Lexus ahead.
I don't
Dirty
think
tactics.
dirty
I think I did.
tactics.
Yeah, I think I did see him flashing.
Yeah, it could be. This battle is very close between the Aston, or not, sorry, not the Aston, the Lamborghini and the Porsche. Let's ride on the wing of the Lambo. Ooh, the Porsche not quite able to get a good exit. So that'll compromise his attempt to try and overtake into the chicane.
I'd say the Porsche's best bet is going into sector 1 or sector 2,
Yeah,
right in
Porsche.
those low speed corners right out of there. Has much better acceleration than the Lambo.
Let's ride on board with the Aston Martin driver, just to get a view of what he's looking at for the Lexus in front. Very late on the brakes, trying to get as close to that Lexus as possible, stay as close as possible in case that Lexus makes any sort of mistakes or has any kind of little wiggle. Not able to get a good exit out of there. His teammate might have a look on the inside on the approach to turn 5. Not quite yet. These two are teammates, so they probably have a direct line of communication with each other, just taking it easy against each other. And it looks like one is going to let the other through in an attempt to get by the 24 in front. Good teamwork there from the two beer racing teams.
Yeah, 136 versus 496 once again. The Porsche
This is actually not a
pulls
battle
out, but
for
it's not close
position,
enough.
I think. I believe the next car
Yeah,
for the
that's
Lambo
correct. That Porsche
is...
is behind. Yeah, the Porsche's a lap
So,
down, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
so really at this point the Porsche is just trying to stay on the tail of the Lambo to maximize his lap time as best as possible as well. At the front, oh, it's getting very close into turn 1 between the leaders. The 13 Audi still maintaining his advantage at the front by about half a second.
Yeah, this battle's been staying real close for the past half hour about. Those cars have been real close to each other.
Oh, and we see the 101 McLaren has caught back up to this pack that he was leading. So we'll see if the 101 McLaren can make any progress back up into 5th place where he was riding before a small mistake saw him go out wide in the Schumacher S. Viewers, if there's any driver or car you want to see, just feel free to type it in the chat and we can tune on board to it for a little bit. Meanwhile, we just have this great battle going on for 5th place between the 51 Aston, 96 Audi, and the 101 McLaren. There's also the number 11 Porsche behind, which was qualified on the top row. Taking a look elsewhere, we've got the leader of the AM class, Mark Benvenuti, representing Rip Speed Racing, the 49 Ferrari, fastest Ferrari
That
on
is
the grid at the moment.
Isn't that team a father-son team? I believe it has Enzo Benuti and Mark Benuti.
I think they are brothers,
Yeah, they're either brothers or it's
but
a
yes, they're definitely
father-son duo.
related.
Yeah.
And he's trying to keep the car 100 of the Bengal Racing crews behind. He definitely wants to have that car between him because the next car behind is the Aston Martin car number 1, and that is for position in the AM class. Here we see the Porsche getting through the Lamborghini. That's not for position. But here we see the Lexus giving the position to the 122 Aston, and this might even let the 50 Aston Martin through into turn 2. Not quite, Lexus has that closed off, but the Beer
Nope.
Racing team, one of them was able to get through the Lexus, so that's really good teamwork from them. Letting the faster car try and get through, and now leave it up to the 50 to try and get by as well. Green Delta Motorsports car is in a bit of a beer racing team sandwich.
Hopefully the drivers are over 21 so they can enjoy that beer.
They're in Germany, so you only need to be like 16 or something.
Ah, even better.
Yeah, this has been a really good battle for 11th place between these three cars.
You can tell number 50 is getting frustrated behind him, just trying to move out more. Joey's in the
Oh, going
mirrors.
very slidey on the exit of
Ooh,
the Schumacher S.
that could have ended badly.
As through the chicane goes the leader, still able to maintain a half a second gap over the car 33 behind. Meanwhile, these two, while having a slight squabble, is allowing the car in third place to catch up. The gap is about 1 second to the triple two Aston Martin. At the front, we see the battle for 5th place going between the Audi and the Aston, but here is the Porsche number 11 trying to attack the 101 in front.
And just close up on that group. He doesn't want to have to get involved with the Porsche behind since he's a lap down. That's going to cost him both time.
That's true. That Porsche does seem like it does have some good race pace though on it, so it might not be the best to let him through and kind of use the slipstream a little bit to your advantage until that Ferrari, or not, sorry, not the Ferrari, until the lapped car is able to pull away. Meanwhile, these guys are approaching some traffic. Let's see how this goes. Very respectful move from the Ferrari, just pulling off the racing line, letting everybody through.
Now, considering going to main the Porsche here, still doing some testing, but so far the Porsche, it is a very quick car, and in the right hands, it is very good no matter what circuit.
The battle continuing as we approach the final corner. The 51 Aston Martin still able to maintain 5th place. As meanwhile at the front, a gap has opened up from 1st to 2nd, and the gap from 2nd to 3rd has closed. Less than half a second between the Aston and the McLaren for 2nd place.
And McLaren must have made a mistake,
Yeah,
went too hard in a braking point, or just went wide on one of the many fast speed corners here.
especially now as the cars get beginning to get less than half
Lighter and lighter.
loaded with fuel. The drivers do need to adjust to that accordingly and not try and push too hard to push those tires to their limit.
We are on the 2020 tire model, so it should be fine. Those tires can last an hour and a half from what I've done.
And here we go, the 96 has a good run on the 51 on the approach to the turn 7 hairpin. 51 defends the inside. Audi's going to try the long way around, not able to maintain enough speed around the outside. Approaching the Schumacher S, are they going to go side by side? That's very risky. Audi's just going to stay back for now. It's right on the wing of the Audi behind. See if he can keep that McLaren at bay. He's able to do that for now. Driver looking nice and calm in there. And now to the front of the Audi.
I'm sure if we put on the camera on that person's sim rig, it would be a much different story.
Oh, he just had to lift off before going into the chicane. Doesn't want to risk anything. Getting very bouncy for the Aston over the curbs.
That Aston has a front engine car, can take those curbs much better than the Audi.
Let's see running down to turn 1 to begin lap 17. The Aston covers off the inside. That little kink in the road really, really does help drivers defend for position. And the 96 car gets a 5-second penalty, probably for their
Most likely,
contact.
yeah, most likely for their contact with number 11 Porsche earlier on in the race.
And yeah, 10 seconds, not 5. They just gave 2 quick 5-second penalties to add up to 10. I mean, based on what we saw and how they let the driver through, I think a 10-second penalty is pretty fair. So, good on everybody for doing their part here. Just got to keep your head down and keep racing.
It's just a shame for that. Number 11 Porsche had real good pace, but now they have the rear end wing damage. And yeah, they just don't have the pace currently.
They're still able to kind of
They're
hang
still
on to this
quick.
group.
They're
so
still quick, yeah. But
currently
just,
in 8th place, 1.5 seconds back of that 101 McLaren, which we see at the back of this trio.
Yeah, but in the Porsche, the last place you want to get damage is on that rear.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if the Audi's going to try and move on the inside. Oh, he is. A little bit of contact, but not too much. Still side by side through turn 11. The Audi's going to try a cutback. Not quite enough room on the inside there to do that.
Yeah. Can't really do a cutback on this corner. He's just going to have to get in the slipstream as best as he can and try to make the move.
The Audi is going to try on the inside of the chicane.
And McLaren waiting in the wings, just trying to.
Oh, and there see a car wide on the gravel on the exit there.
That is the Bentley that we saw spinning earlier at turn 1, I believe. Same paint scheme, so I believe it's the same car.
Yeah,
car
it could
333.
be.
Yeah, car 333.
Yeah, they're falling down the order, currently in 15th place. McLaren trying to have a quick look on the inside. Ooh, as that Porsche comes flying in. A little bit late on the brakes.
And the McLaren cuts the corner.
They say you cut the coals.
Yes. That actually might give them a warning.
Back to the battle for 9th place. We see the 122 Aston able to get through the 737 Audi. And meanwhile, the 24 runs a little bit wide. That's going to give the 50 an advantage running into turn 3. Yep, that gets it done.
Only taking them 36 minutes, and they finally got past.
Yep, that's true. That 24 is going to want to try and stay on the tail as best as possible to catch up to the Audi in front, because that will be for the lead of the Pro-Am category.
Yeah.
Because we've got the 2 beer racing teams in the Pro class. And then we've got the 737 sandwiched between them, the leader of the Pro-Am class, and then the 24 behind the 50 in 2nd place in Pro-Am. So this is quite an interesting little gaggle of cars here.
2 Astons, 1 Lexus, and 1 Audi. Right now,
all of them are in
Audi...
different classes also.
Yeah.
As we go back to the 5th place battle, we see a little bit of traffic in the way.
Actually, that isn't traffic. I think that's 4th place ahead of them. Or is that not? I'm not certain.
Nope, 3rd place. 4th place is a little bit down the road. That is, that is some traffic, yep. But nonetheless, staying out of the way pretty well.
Yeah.
Letting the battle continue into turn 1. The 51 covers the inside, as always, very nicely. There's a bit of a bump there.
Ooh.
Audi going to try on the outside of turn 2 into the Mercedes-Benz arena.
Yeah, he
sticks
can't
his nose in, runs a little bit too wide.
Oh, yeah, he cannot really make an overtake there. It's really hard to. Now the McLaren's going to be right on the back of the Audi. He's just waiting for those 2 to do something stupid and just swing right through.
And the Audi is getting a little bit impatient. Small contacts here and there. Yep, and there's another one there, causing the Aston to go wide, and the McLaren is going to go through.
Audi.
And here we see the 737. Looks like they made a mistake because they've dropped 2 places and now are in 2nd place in the Pro-Am category after the Lexus has gone through.
Probably ran wide at turn 1, just misjudged their braking.
Yeah, very
The
possible to
Audi,
do that there.
sometimes the Audi, the braking on that car just, it doesn't exist. It will just be fine one moment, and then the next moment, you brake at the same point, and you'll just go straight on.
This is a great battle we've had going for pretty much the whole 40 minutes of the race so far. The 96, which qualified in 3rd place, trying to regain some places it lost after some contact early in the race.
I think the number 96 Audi might get a warning, maybe even a 5-second penalty for that contact with the Aston.
That's true, that did make the
You
Aston
can't
lose a
really,
couple places.
you can't be that aggressive on your overtakes, and he's already hit the Porsche once, and yeah. In a sprint race, that contact might be fine, but in an endurance race, he just can't be doing that.
As the drivers are very close into turn 1, let's tune back to car in P18, the Fortune Hunter Racing Aston Martin number 15. Here we've got some cars going through some lap traffic. This car behind is not for position. Go back to the front. This is the 51 that was running in 5th place. Got forced a little bit wide, lost a couple places. Now trying to defend from the number 11 Porsche behind. Nice and smooth through the turn 7 hairpin. Approaching the Schumacher S.
That Porsche is very stable at high speed. Should be able to try to make a move here soon.
Let's ride on with the wing of the 101 McLaren just to see what this driver's seeing in his rearview mirror. Temperature of the track hasn't dropped off significantly yet, as we see a car in the gravel on the last corner. It doesn't seem like that Aston quite has the straight line speed to stay with the McLaren approaching turn 1. I do believe this is the closest battle we have on track at the moment. So we're just going to keep riding along with this trio for 5th, 6th, and 7th place. And it seems the 96 Audi has made a mistake because they've dropped back into 8th after overtaking this entire pack pretty much. They're now 2.5 seconds behind the number 11 Porsche. Coming into the picture there just now. So we'll see if the 101 McLaren can try and build a gap over the 51 Aston Martin, while the 51 is going to try and keep the 11 Porsche behind them as best as possible. That's going to be hard to do with the car that started on the front row.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Kuzia, I'm going to have to leave you for now.
That's
I have
fine,
to
take
run
your
some
time.
errands. I'll be back, hopefully, within an hour or two.
Yeah, no worries, do whatever you need to do. Always glad to have you here.
Yep.
We'll continue to ride on with the 101 McLaren for now. Meanwhile, at the back of the grid, this is the 444, Airborne Racing number 3, trying to manage traffic as best as possible. Pretty hard to around the Nürburgring. It can get really, really, really tight in some sections with a bunch of cars around. The leading trio remain unchanged. We've got the 13 Audi in the lead, followed by the 33 McLaren. About half a second is the gap now. And behind them in third place is the 222 Aston Martin, also about half a second the gap. So this leading trio is very close together still. Behind them in fourth place, there's about a 9-second gap. And behind fourth is a 3-second gap to that pack we always keep tuning into, the battle for fifth place between the McLaren, Aston Martin, and Porsche. Speaking of, Porsche trying a move, Aston defending it very well into the hairpin. Sorry, that's not the hairpin, that is turn 6. Now they're approaching the hairpin. As we see a back marker running wide. Hopefully that was just to let everyone through. Aston not quite close enough to stick his nose in there, but doesn't want to overcommit. He doesn't want to leave any room behind for the Porsche to stick his nose in either. As we quickly tune into second place of the Pro-Am category, this is Hewlett and Friends Sim Racing. Car behind is for position in category, so they're going to try and defend as best they can from the 136 Lamborghini. Recently gave up the place for the lead in the Pro-Am category. Now trying to defend second place as best as possible. Meanwhile, we see the Lambo and Lexus fighting into the chicane. Lambo's going to have the inside, it stays in front. Now as they approach the last corner, Lambo's still able to stay in front. Lambo doesn't want to give up that place for the last step of the Pro-Am category podium. Back up to the 51 Aston Martin, still able to stay in between the McLaren and Porsche. These guys have been at it bumper to bumper for the whole race. Very clean racing between all of these drivers, more or less. No major spinouts, just a couple of bumps forcing somebody wide. As we see the McLaren running a little bit into the gravel, let's see if the Aston can capitalize on this opportunity. Taking it nice and easy through the left-hander of the Schumacher S and back hard on the power on the right-hander. Is he going to stick his nose in on the inside? Not quite close enough. Forces the McLaren to run a little bit wide, though. Able to defend it well on the keeping the position onto the exit of the back straight. Meanwhile, the 96 sees this pack ahead and has already caught up to within 1 second. Through the final corner they go. The McLaren just has such great line speed. He's able to run away before turn 1, but on this occasion it looks like the Aston does have a bit of a run. The McLaren is going very, very wiggly though, trying to defend as best he can. Aston goes a little bit deep. This might open up a little bit of room for the Porsche, not quite. And this pack is close yet again between these four. Tune back to the leader of the Pro-Am class, currently in 11th place overall. Back to this battling pack from 5th to 8th place. The car in 8th place does have a 10-second penalty, which will be added to the pit stop. down the back straight they go into the chicane. Nothing still to separate these 4 drivers as they end lap 25. Sorry, as they end lap 24 on the approach to start lap 25, that is. The leading trio still pulling away from 4th place, 11 seconds the gap. At the same time, 4th place is dropping to this pack, which is catching up. Less than 3 seconds the gap. Last time we checked, it was around 4.5. Meanwhile, the 496 still not quite able to get through the Lambo in front, as the Lambo has quite a little bit of a bump with a back marker in front. Let's see if this will open up any room for the Lexus on the inside of turn 3. Not quite close enough to stick his nose in. Gonna try again, exiting turn 4, approaching the turn 5 braking zone. Not quite close enough still to make a move. Dive his nose in. Let's tune back into this pack at the front. Onto the brakes for turn number 10. A little bit sideways from the Aston. This might give a Porsche a good run up to the chicane. Very clean driving for all these drivers at the top. The pit stops will really shake things up. We'll just see if everyone can nail their pit stops and these positions will stay the same. As we see the drink and drive number 43 negotiating some traffic, trying to defend from the number 15 Aston Martin behind, about half a second between them. The gaps have opened up slightly in this pack that was riding along really close. The number 337 Lexus in 4th place does seem to be struggling, losing a bit of time to the 101 McLaren, catching him up quite effectively now. This is going to be a battle for 4th place. Soon it's going to turn into a 5-car train. Nürburgring is very, very, very fun track. Iconic track also. Lots of difficult turns to get completely 100% right to maximize your lap time. A lot of the turns kind of flow into each other also, so exiting one corner incorrectly will really, really hinder your progress into the next corner if you're trying to get that perfect lap. At the front, leading trio remains unchanged, but the gap between P3 and P2 has closed a bit. Still not quite bumper to bumper though, not close enough to make any moves. As this battle here still continues to go on. From 5th to 8th place. Oh, and there's a car in the grass on the exit of turn 5. Hopefully they can get it out of the grass as soon as possible and back onto the racing track as quickly and smoothly as possible for their race to get back underway. Porsche's gonna try to get as close as possible to the Aston here. Not quite close enough yet again to make a move. Oh no, it seems like there's gonna be a disconnect for that car as they go flying off the track. That's very unfortunate for the 51 car. They were running along so well. And that's gonna give a little bit of clean air to the number 11 Porsche to try and close the gap to the 101 McLaren in front. Here we see Beer Racing Team number 122 moving up past some back markers, riding along nicely in 8th place. And the leading trio is getting quite close again to each other as there's some traffic for the leader to negotiate. There's a bit of a lag spike probably from that team rejoining that just lost connection. Half a second the gap to the leader from the 33 McLaren who we're riding with. Approaching the hour mark of the race, we'll just see if some drivers and teams decide to start making their pit stops now. Let's tune to the battle for second place in the Pro-Am category between the 136 Lamborghini and the 737 Audi. As we see the Lambo dive into the pits. First one to trigger that, we'll see if they can get a good outlap in and try and come out in front of the 737 for second place in the Pro-Am category. As we also see second place dive into the pits. The 222 has now taken second place, trying to deal with some traffic. Yep, the number 33 has gone into the pits from second place. The 13 Audi still leading in front. There's a yellow flag out on the track somewhere. Hopefully that can get moved as quickly as possible. Here we see a fairly damaged Audi rolling into the pits. This is the 279 Audi. The 96 Audi able to get through the number 11 Porsche, and now on the tail of the 101 McLaren, trying to go on the inside of turn 1. Not quite close enough to go side by side. Back to turn 1. This is the battle for the silver podium. For now, it's just up for on-track second place between the 737 and the 496. Lexus is going to try on the outside of turn 4. See if he's able to carry enough speed to try and make a move into turn 5. The Audi covers it off, staying right in the middle of the track. Now Lexus right on the tail of the Audi. This is for second place in the Pro-Am class. Into the chicane they go. Lexus not quite close enough to make a move. Definitely was thinking about it though. Over the bouncy curves of the chicane onto the last corner. As we've just passed the 1 hour mark in the race, teams should be coming in to do a driver swap, or at least a pit stop soon, as their stint timer will run out at the 70 minutes. Still, the Lexus not quite close enough to make a move, and we see the 819 McLaren, which was on pole position, currently in 11th place, trying to recover and get back through these two cars battling for the lead in their class. 819 not in the class, so he's trying to clear these guys as quickly as possible. Get in some free air and pound in some good lap times before he needs to come in for a pit stop. Meanwhile, at the front, the leader is dealing with a fair bit of traffic. Still able to maintain about a 2.5 second gap to second place. As the battle for third on track continues between the 101 and the 96 Audi. Should be coming in for their pit stops very soon now. As the 96 comes into the pits to serve a pit stop. Here we have the number 14 Fortune Hunter Racing Aston Martin going through the fast right-handed kink on the back straight. Has good gaps behind and in front. Currently in 4th in their category as they dive into the pits as well. The leader teammate of that Aston Martin, the 13 Fortune Hunter Racing Audi, still maintaining the lead in front of the 222 Aston Martin. 1.7 seconds is the gap. Just see if he's able to maintain the lead after the pit stop, as it looks like the 33 was able to get out into a fairly uncongested part of the track to pound in some good lap times to try and get the undercut. Now the battle for the podium of the silver class continues. Hewlin and friends staying in front of the Lexus for the time being. Lexus running a little bit into the gravel, should be still okay to carry on some speed through the Schumacher S. Side by side, not quite side by side. Oh man, what's happening? Did everything just break? There we go, and it's back. Sorry about that. We are back with the action. There's a weird little lag there in my software, sorry about that. We're back to the battle for 7th and 8th place. As there are cars exiting the pits, hopefully they'll all stay out of trouble. Yep, these three were able to get by without any issues. Now that the 101 has some clean air and no pressure behind him, we'll see if they can get some good lap times in to help their chances in losing places due to an undercut. Bumper to bumper through the turn 7 hairpin. Oh, and the 737 runs onto the gravel, so does the Lexus. This is going to give the McLaren a great opportunity to take 2 cars in one go. It's not quite close enough to make a move on the Audi, but he is able to get through the Lexus as we tune in with car number 50 trying to defend from car 24, approaching the end of their stint. Yep, and they're going to dive into the pits. Sorry everyone, having a bit of an issue with my broadcasting software. I'm going to try and get these issues fixed as quick as possible so we can get back to on-track action. For now, let's ride with the 717 Hewlin and Friends Sim Racing team, currently in 13th place. 11 seconds back of their next target. after a couple of pit stops, the 717 is able to get through a couple more places up into 8th place. I'm not sure if they've made a pit stop yet, though, of themselves. Doesn't look like it. Yes, they need to pit right in time, right before the 70-minute mark. Well timed. Alright, here we go. Looks like my streaming software is all back and ready to go, so sorry about that delay. Let's get back to some action on track. Hopefully everything is working okay. Not at the moment. After serving their pit stop, the 717 is now in 16th place.
Perfect.
Hey Chris, how's it going? Everybody welcome Chris. He's currently driving with the number 1112 Audi. Well, not driving, but on the team. That'd be a
I'll
lot
be
to ask of him.
in the car for a triple stint in about 20 minutes.
Oh my god. That's intense.
Yeah, but we need to regain some space, so we lost about 4.5 laps due to a disconnect of our starting driver, and that's so unfortunate because he did an amazing job gaining about 10 to 12 positions, and then connection
Yeah,
lost.
we saw that at the beginning. It looked like he was on a charge.
Yeah, because our race pace is actually compared to the quali pace a lot better, so
That's good.
unfortunate, yeah. And right now Vincenzo is in the car, but actually he should have done only one stint because he got major problems with his pedals, so the potentiometer is flickering, so yeah. But he's driver 1, so he needed to do a stint right now, and then I will in for the next few stints. Yeah, but it looks like the front runners have a nice battle.
Yeah, they were, and then all my streaming software decided to crash, and now I can't get it back working, so it's just going to be a whole mess trying to get through all the cars, but yeah, some cars still have to make their pit stops.
Okay.
But it looks like the 33 McLaren, which was behind for a long time in second place, has jumped into first place after the pit stops, and the 13 Audi, which was in the lead, has dropped into third after the pit stops, unfortunately for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the guy in the McLaren is super fast, man. If he got free air, so yeah, we saw it in the qualifying. He set a pretty superior time.
Yeah, it was super quick.
Yeah, so Luca just left you, right?
Yeah, he had to go do something, so it's no worries.
Okay,
I'm not expecting to like everyone to be here for the whole time, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll see later on. I think the race is gonna be very close till the end, so because the pack is pretty tight. I couldn't follow exactly the lap times the last few minutes because I was doing my pressure setups for the stint, but everything I saw is that, yeah, basically the first 10 cars are pretty tight on their possible lap time. So
Right.
yeah, it should be very interesting up to the end. So yeah, nice racing in front of us.
Yeah, for now, all the pit stops, it seems like, open the gaps up a little bit. We'll just have to wait and see for some battles to close up while I
Mhm.
try and get my stuff fixed as well.
Yeah, and the question is if anybody tries to do just 5 stints or a short splash and dash, or if they're
Yep, that too.
doing 6 regular but shorter stints. So that's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to just wait and see how that plays out.
Yeah, exactly. Because our basic strategy was also depending on track position that we just do a bit less, that we just use a bit less of our stint time, and then put a bit less fuel in it and just go for the lap times, to gain some space. But I think if you're driving in a pack, then you're pretty much down to just max out your stint time, and maybe concerning if there's any time a safety car or something like that, you need to do a splash and dash for 5 minutes stint at the end. But yeah, we will see. I think there's some strategy in it that decides the race in the end.
Yeah, the strategy will be interesting to see how that plays out towards the end. For now, it is really hard to judge if people are going short or longer. We did see a car come in right at the end of that 70-minute timer. I think they had about 30 seconds to spare on the time before it was going to run out. So bringing it right to the edge.
Okay, that's probably a bit too close. But
Yeah, right,
if
that's
it
what I'm
figures
thinking
out
too.
well, then they're good to go. Yeah. Okay, the McLaren N. Kearney is in front. Okay. I never heard of him. Do you know the guy?
I do not. I'm not quite sure. But
basically,
they were up at the top for pretty much the whole race. They were behind second place they were behind the first place, like within 1 second for pretty much their entire stint. And then after the pit stop, it seems like they just had a more perfect pit stop than the leader, and were able to jump in front.
Yeah, but I mean, 5 seconds is still close, so yeah. Any problem by lapping or something like this, and these two guys are basically patched together again. So, and I can tell you, basically it's the same in real life at the 24-hour Nürburgring race. So the front two runners are within a few seconds, and it's totally mayhem all across the circuit because there's rain. So yeah, 2 nice races.
That's very good to hear. Yeah, everything's running smoothly now after our issues earlier.
Yeah, I think it was just up to the free-to-play weekend, and maybe the whole ACC software was a bit overstretched.
Right. Yeah, even yesterday drivers were having problems connecting to the server during the qualifying.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, but I think our organizer team did amazing stuff. To solve all the problems, and even if there was one car that couldn't connect, they decided to restart just on purpose, and to make sure that everybody can participate, and all the other guys were very patient. So
yeah, we really appreciate it
to all the guys.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for sticking around. I know it's kind of annoying having to deal with issues and stuff, but yeah, we really do appreciate everybody sticking around.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, man. Unfortunately, I need to leave you because I think Vincenzo got some 5 minutes left or something like that.
Yeah, sounds
so
good.
I need to go.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Spinella.
Oh, a bit of a spin.
Vincenzo.
Oh,
yeah.
It was a little bit small bonk. He's able to keep it out pretty well, though.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to go because I think he will enter the pit. So see you later, man.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That was Chris there with the 112 Audi we saw enter the barrier at the exit of the Schumacher S. Unfortunately, still having issues with my software, so we're just going to have to do it the old school way with shift arrow keys. As we see the battle for 11th place continue between the Green Talta Motorsports 24 Lexus and the Beer Racing Team number 50 Aston Martin. 24 is going to try and recover back up into the lead of the Pro-Am category, but first they do need to get by this Aston Martin, who they have been battling with the entire race. Dealing with some traffic here, getting through nice and fine, just lost a little bit of time, isn't quite on the wing of the Aston in front anymore. Battles still is going to go on. That Lambo in front is a back marker, so hopefully stays out of the way. A little bit of contact between the Aston. That's going to let the Lexus hopefully stay out of trouble and get through on the inside into turn 1. My apologies, that Lamborghini was 4 position, so that Lambo drops a couple of places. Or maybe not. It's hard to tell. There are 2 Lambos right in picture there, so I think that one perhaps wasn't 4 position on track. Let's try and tune into a battle somewhere on track while we are still trying to deal with these technical issues yet again. There's a battle for 15th place between the 14 Aston Martin and the 333 Bentley. As we see that Lambo is a bit of a back marker, causing some trouble for a few cars now. It's going to let the Bentley get on through. Let's see if the 14 can wiggle through and continue their battle. Of course, this battle with the Bentley in front was not for position in class, just for the overall position. Here we have the number 11 Porsche who qualified on the front row, trying to chase down the 96 in front. Running along in 5th place is still the 101 McLaren. As we saw from before the pit stops, they were defending very well from cars behind. Now 1.5 seconds behind them is the 122 Aston Martin. Try and tune in with the leading duo, who in fact is now, we have a new leader. The 222 Aston Martin just takes the lead into turn 1, just tuned in at the end of the move there. Sorry, everybody, still trying to figure out all my connection issues here from software side. We're gonna go down for 1 second. I'm gonna try to restart some things. Alright, we're back. Hopefully it's all up and running again. And we can now watch actual action on the race and not just one car drive around. So here we have car number 4 in position 4, that is. The number 13, who were leading the race in that first stint. Now trying to recover and get back up into those podium places, 1.5 seconds off of third place. At the back here we have a battle for 14th and 15th between the 819 McLaren, who started on pole position, and the 136 Lamborghini. See if the 136 can get close to that bumper and make a move. Doesn't look like he's going to be quite close enough in these next few laps, or few corners, in fact. the lead, we have the 222 Aston Martin with a pretty comfortable 2-second gap. Sorry, pretty comfortable 5.5-second gap over second place, who we're tuned in with now, this 33 McLaren. Now here is a battle between the 333 Bentley and the 50 Aston Martin. Through the last corner they go. The Bentley is able to stay in front and looks like he's going to pull out of a bit of a gap, so the Aston doesn't have any chance of coming back at him. Here we have the 337 riding along in third, trying to build a gap over the fourth place car behind. Here's a battle for 20th place between the 43 Aston and the 911 Porsche. On the outside of the kink on the back straight, gets it done on the approach to the chicane. Good move there. Now trying to catch number 19, Mark Benvenuti in the 49 Ferrari. Riding along in second place in his category. 15 seconds behind the leader. And here the battle between the 11 and the 96 is going to continue. This is now for 7th place. The Porsche gained to within less than a second as they approach the final corner to start their lap 51. Bit of traffic in front of these two. We'll see how big of a role that plays. Alex is doing well to stay out of the way there. And for 22nd place, let's see if the 111 Porsche can make a move on the Lexus. Sorry, that's the 208 Porsche on the 144 Lexus. Through turn 11 they go. Porsche's not quite close enough to make a move. Let's tune back into car 50, battling with the 819. Almost bumper to bumper going through turn 6. Approaching the turn 7 hairpin. Gap opened up between these two, not close enough to get any moves done. As we tune in with our leader, 8 seconds the gap to second place. Very comfortable lead for Airborne Racing 2. Here we have the leader of the Pro-Am category, the Sim Project Racing Team 496 Lexus. also with about an 8-second gap over second place in their class. Now the battle between the 15 and the 444 heats up. They're going to try and go side by side approaching turn 5. 444 cuts to the inside. Oh, there's some contact. They're both able to maintain their cars pointing in the right direction. The 15 stays in front for now. 444 eager to get by, trying to get some clean air in front, get some good lap times in, and try and chase down the leaders of the Pro-Am class. The 444 is in third place at the moment, but second place is way down the road. Let's tune in the 208, still trying to chase down the Lexus in front as the Lexus does a small mistake over the chicane. This might give a Porsche an opportunity to swing through on the start-finish straight into turn 1. As we see a small mistake from the 208 after he did get through, so all of that work he's going to have to get back and try again. Now we tune into the 496 Lexus getting in between the 11 and the 96 Audi. He is the leader of the Pro-Am class in 7th place overall, still trying to climb up as high as he can go, because why not? It's for good position overall. This is a battle for 6th place. As the leader pulled out almost a 12-second gap now. The 96 Audi will be very happy to have this Lexus in between him and the 11 Porsche. We've seen those two scrap it out for almost the entire race now. A couple of moments of contact between them also. Now we see the 13 Audi going to try and swing by the 45 Lexus. Not quite close enough into turn 10. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit from the Lexus. He's going to give the room on the inside to the Audi. Of course, these two aren't fighting for position in class, just overall. So the Lexus doing a smart move and not holding up the Audi and not holding himself up either by battling too hard behind. Here we have the number 1 Aston Martin in the lead of the AM category, chasing down P16 in front. This is for an overall position, but not for position in class. As the Lambo does a small mistake, it looks like there's a bit of damage on the front of the Lamborghini. Could be compromising his lap times a bit, which is letting this car get closer and closer. The number 1 Aston has a solid 20-second gap over the car in 2nd place in class. On into the chicane they go side by side. Aston has the outside. Let's see how hard the Lamborghini is going to defend. Aston has to cut the track. He's going to have to do all that work again to get close. Meanwhile, the car in 3rd place letting through one of the back markers. And the battle for 7th place here between the 11 Porsche and the 496 Lexus. Porsche's going to try and get by as quick as possible to get on the tail of the 96 in front. Doesn't want to be held up too much, despite the fact that the Lexus does have really solid pace too. battle for 22nd is back on between the 208 and the 144 after we saw that mistake from the Porsche driver. He's now back on the tail of the Lexus. Gonna try and have a look on the inside. Not quite any room there now as they approach the Schumacher S. And the battle for 7th continues as the number 11 Porsche still not able to get by the Lexus in the lead of the Pro-Am category. Here we have the 3rd place car in the Pro-Am class, the number 24 Lexus, under a bit of pressure from the 333 Bentley. Looked like that Bentley had a bit of a problem earlier in the race, but is recovering just fine. We saw him a few minutes ago making a move to get up into this position. Now has closed the gap in front, and this is going to be the battle for P10. Bentley not quite close enough to make a move here, so let's tune into the battle for 7th place. Lexus and Porsche going through the turn 7 hairpin. Through the Schumacher S, no drama from either driver. Porsche getting right on the bumper in front. As we see the leader, the 2nd place overall, dive into the pits. that could just be a tactical change. We see the Lexus drifting through the chicane. That's going to give the Porsche an opportunity into the last corner, going through on the inside, side by side. Porsche's going to get in front into the main straight. We'll see if he can keep this position. Lexus on the outside of turn 1, trying to get that position back. There's a bit of contact between the two going into turn 2. Porsche's going to stay in front. And now the number 11 has some clean air to go chase down the 96 in front. The 208 Porsche is able to get through and now climbs up into 20th place. Meanwhile, we have the number 13 Audi, who was at one point in the lead of the race, now down in 22nd. Here we have the 16 Lamborghini fighting for 26th place overall with the number 9 McLaren in front. And also the 717 Audi in front of these two. As the McLaren goes a little bit sideways, this might give a bit of room to the Lambo. Not quite enough though. As they're going to run down to the turn 7 hairpin, this might give a good look to the Lamborghini on the inside. Almost, but not quite close enough to get a move done. Let's tune in slightly in front to the 911 Porsche. Currently in 18th, trying to take the 49 Ferrari of Benvenuti in front. As the battles are really picking up here towards the end of these drivers' second stints. Or the team's second stint, that is, just past the 4-hour mark. About 2 hours into the race. Meanwhile, this is the second place driver in the Pro-Am category trying to defend from the 333 Bentley and 24 Lexus behind. The Bentley is not for position in class, but that Lexus is, so he does want to try and keep a car between the two. Running a little bit wide in turn 3, able to gather it back for turn 4. as more drivers begin to start pitting from the lead. We have a good battle here for 8th place overall. Still no room for the Bentley to get through the Audi yet, as they go bumper to bumper for yet another lap. A little bit in front of those guys, we have the 11 Porsche back on the tail of the 96 Audi, as he runs a little bit into the gravel on the inside of the Schumacher S. Able to keep it pointing in the right direction though. He's got that 96 Audi in front who they've been battling with for the whole race, but he also has the 496 Lexus behind who he does not want to give that position up to. Slightly bad exit out of the chicane is going to compromise his run at the Audi into turn 1. Might give the Lexus a bit of an opportunity, but it doesn't look like he's close enough to do anything with it yet. As we see the 24 dive into the pits from 3rd in class. And now that Bentley has gone through the Audi for 7th place overall, not up for position in class. This is going to give the Bentley a bit of clean air in front to go and chase down the leaders. Hewlin and Friends 717 trying to take 22nd place from car number 1. Car number 1 Aston Martin is currently in 2nd place in the in the AM class. Not quite able to close on the Aston in front to make a move. He's got the Lexus behind. This is traffic though. I'm not sure if that's for blue flags or if that's a lap behind. It looks like he's in front. It looks like that 818 is in 10th place. Good race from the Madhouse Aston Martin so far. We'll see if he can keep it going in the last 3 hours 52 minutes of the race. Meanwhile, the 717 has dropped back from the car in front, allowing the Lamborghini number 16 behind to get on the bumper. In fact, he's got two Lamborghinis right behind him as they go through the kink of the back straight. Nobody quite close enough to make a move there, as the 16 Lambo does get a slightly worse exit than the Lambo behind. Those two are going to keep battling. As these three are still going to maintain the same order going into turn 1. Let's go back up to P4. This is the 96 Audi defending from the 11 Porsche, approaching turn 7. Porsche not quite close enough. Here we have the number 14 Fortune Hunter Racing in 19th place. Currently dealing with a little bit of traffic, just trying to maneuver around all the cars, not lose too much time. Go back to 4th and 5th place. They were able to open up a bit of a gap to the 496 Lexus in 6th, who is leading the Pro-Am class. Nothing to separate these two as they go through the chicane, as the Porsche number 11 dives into the pits to try and get an undercut. Meanwhile, for 16th and 15th place, this is the 111 Porsche trying to get close to the number 24 Lexus, going through some traffic at the moment. Around turn 6, approaching turn 7. Still a good gap between them. The 24 able to stay in front, currently in 5th place in the Pro-Am class. As plenty of drivers are coming in to do their mandatory pit stops, this is around the time that the second stint timer would run out. Let's ride on board with the Porsche driver for a little bit just to see what he's seeing. You can hear that turbo flat 6 whining in the back. As there's a car that seems to have run wide in front of them. He's going to try and still stick on the tail of the Lexus as best he can in turn 1. Still no way to get by the 24 in front. As we tune in with the 136 Lambo, trying to get through the 717 Audi in front. We saw they had a three-way battle earlier with the 16 Lambo as well, but they have gone through and are in front of the 717, now 3 seconds for them. The fact, they are on the tail of the number 1 Aston Martin, the leader of the Pro-Am category. Still a good gap between the 16 and the 1. Not quite close enough to get any moves done here. Let's go up to P11, the 737 Hewlin and Friends sim racing car. Trying to defend from the 111 and behind, while also trying to overtake the 49 Ferrari, the leader of the AM category, riding in 11th place at the moment, still probably yet to do his second pit stop. As the Porsche and the Audi are going to battle it out into the chicane, not quite close enough to go side by side. The Audi very deep on the brakes there. Ferrari dives into the pits. Let's see if the Porsche can get a move done on the inside. Audi defends it really well, leaving a little bit of room though. The Porsche might be able to get a good run up here. It's going to be a drag race to turn 1. Audi currently in front by about a bumper. The Porsche on the inside, though, very late on the brakes. He's going to stick his nose in front. Audi's going to have to try and defend into the inside of turn 2, but it looks like the Porsche is going to take that place. Still bumper to bumper. Audi looking on the inside of turn 3. Closes the gap fairly effectively. Let's see if he can get a cutback from turn 4. Ooh, not quite. Another Audi sticks his nose in there. Let's just see if that'll compromise him just a little bit more and not be able to stay on the tail of the 111 Porsche. Osblom, hi, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Meanwhile, behind the 24, trying to deal with all this traffic behind him as well. As we see the 101 currently in second place, getting around some traffic at the moment. The leaders, the car 122 Aston Martin, does have a 15-second time penalty, which will be added to their pit stop time. Just waiting on all the other drivers to make that other second driver swap / pit stop before the 3-hour 40-minute mark. As P1 dives into the pit lane, that's going to give the 101 the lead of the race after they cross the line. Here we have the battle between the two Lambos for 18th place, between the 16 and the 136. 136 is in the Pro-Am class, while the 16 is in the Pro class. Still won't stop them from battling it out on track. Lambo's got a good run up on his fellow manufacturer partner. Going to try and have a look on the inside of turn 1. Sticks his nose in, has the line. We'll see if the 136 can stay in front. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be able to do that. Stays in front, now needs to try and build up a gap, so there's no chance of the 16 having a comeback. Now the 24 is right on the tail of the 737 for second place in class. Green Delta Motorsports Lexus riding along just fine in 11th place. Still trying to catch up in front to the Audi. Occupying the second spot of the podium in their category. And now the leader, the 101, dives into the pits. Gap just too big between these two for them to have a battle on track. Here we have Chris, who was in the commentary box with me earlier, letting some cars through, trying to recover from 43rd after they had a sad disconnect issue earlier in the race. Battle for 30th. Between the 999 and the 99 behind. But it looks like the 999 has gotten ahead and is going to build up a gap. P1 of the AM category, staying on the tail of the 16. Lambo in front, trying not to lose as much time as possible. 3.5 seconds the gap to the Ferrari behind them in class. Benvenuti able to very effectively close the gap. It's now 1.3 seconds. Now we have the 101 battling with the 96 Audi. This is for 6th place overall. The number 11 Porsche was able to get through the 96 and the 101 and is now on the chase of the 122 car in P4. But now the battle for 6th is going to heat up between the 101 McLaren, who we were riding with now, and the 96 Audi behind. As we see back markers in front going a little bit wide. There's another battle in front of these two. Hopefully everyone will stay out of each other's way. Flags for the Aston in front, not quite getting out of the way yet. Gotta give it the racing line to these two. There's a 5-second penalty for the car we are riding with now, the 101. Ultimately, that is gonna make him lose the position to the 96, but he doesn't want to do it on track either, as the 96 is gonna have a look on the outside of the chicane, deep on the brakes. He's going to have to cut the track a little bit. He's going to lose a bit of time to doing that. Meanwhile, just in front of the road, the number 11 has closed the gap on the 122 in front, as the 727 gets drive-through for track limits. That's a penalty dealt out by the in-game stewards. If you get 3 track cutting warnings, on the 4th warning you get a drive-through penalty. Now we'll just see if this Porsche is able to effectively close the gap and get by the Aston Martin in front. It's right on board with the Porsche driver. Still behind the Aston. A bit of traffic coming up for these two, though. We'll see if that plays a factor in the battle they have going on. Let's quickly tune back to this battle for the lead of the Pro-Am class between the 737 and the 24 Lexus, who we're seeing get by traffic there in the background. Meanwhile, this Audi is also trying to get by the Porsche in front. However, that's not for a position in class, it's just for an overall position. About 12 seconds for the 737 to get up to the leader of his class. Down the main straight they go into turn 1. Porsche is getting a good, not the Porsche, sorry, the Aston is getting a good slipstream from another Aston in front. So that's kind of hindering the Porsche's opportunities of trying to get a good dive into turn 1. Tune back into this battle for 9th place as we see the Audi running very deep into the last corner. This might open up an opportunity for the Lexus behind. Lexus going to try the long way around in turn 1. Audi covers it off well. Lexus just might have gone a little bit deep on the brakes there. As the Porsche opened up a little bit of room on the inside, the Audi tried to take it. Porsche closed it right back. We'll leave you on with the wing of the Porsche, trying to see the battle behind. I will be back in just a few moments. As we see the Porsche dive into the pits. Let's tune back into the battle for 4th and 5th place between the Aston Martin and the Porsche. As these two go through the Schumacher S, about half a second between them. The 737 still able to maintain 2nd place in the category over the 24 Lexus behind. Ooh, getting a little bit sideways and through turn 10. Audi in front respectfully getting out of the way there for these two to continue their battle and going up to the chicane. The Audi's a little slow on exit. This might give the Lexus a look into the last corner. Not quite close enough. Wasn't on the right side of the Audi to make the move. As these two approach the line, they're going to try and still duke it out. As they approach turn 1, Lex is having a look on the inside, not quite close enough to get alongside the braking zone though. Here we have car number 50, Aston Martin, trying to negotiate some traffic in front. Running a little bit wide on the exit of turn 2. .144 Lexus trying to keep the number 50 behind. Timing board isn't quite updated. There we see it now. As there is a bit of a train developing here, but that Aston Martin number 51 is in the way of the battle between the 50 and the number 9 McLaren. We see the number 9 trying to get through the 51, but the 51 just seems to think he has the pace to stay there for now. As we see another backmarker going through. Oh, and there's contact! Let's see if they can keep out of the wall! A slight brush with the wall, but it looks like they avoid major damage. That's unfortunate for the 9 just trying to get by, but the 51, unfortunately, seeming to also have pace, didn't want to yield that position. Here we see the 122 Beer Racing team still defending from the 11 Porsche. The gap's even closer than before now through the Schumacher S. Porsche still not quite close enough though. Not able to stay close enough to the tail of the Aston to get a move done, as we see a car in the grass on the exit of turn 10. Oh, and a car runs. Oof, that looked like it would have been a big crunch into the wall on the exit of turn 11. Nothing to separate those two, and still these two battling for second place in the Pro-Am class, as the 666 receives a drive-through from race control. Great battles all the way up and down the field. This is the 208, just recently got through the number 1 Aston Martin behind on the approach to the chicane now through the last corner. Seems like the 1 is dropping a little bit of pace. They were leading the AM category, now they've dropped to second and dropping places also. Slightly in front of them, this is the leader of that the AM category, Benvenuti in the 49 Ferrari, negotiating with a bit of traffic behind him, trying to keep the Astons behind as best as they can. Got that 819 separating him and his next competitor, the 43 Aston Martin. Let's go back up to this battle for 9th place overall. Meanwhile, the leader, the 222 Aston Martin, has a 17-second advantage over second place. That's the 337 Lexus. And they also have about a 17-second gap to third place, number 33 McLaren. So the top three are pretty well spread out as these two go side by side into the kink on the approach to the chicane. The Lexus on the outside, Audi on the inside. Into the braking zone, a bit of contact between the two. Oh, and the Lexus just runs out of road. Is he able to keep it on track? He is. Bit of a block there, it seemed, from the 737 coming across. Nonetheless, both cars still on track, gonna keep fighting for position. Here we have the number 99 Audi of the ISOT team. Riding along in 30th, 4th in class. Trying to chase down their next competitor in 28th place for a position in their class. Here the 911 Porsche 911 is trying to get through the Lamborghini, which is in front of this Lexus. Trying to clear the back marker first before he can get to challenge the Lambo in front. At the front for 4th place, the battle's still very much going on between the 11 Porsche and the 122 Aston. This is for 4th place overall. Again, that number 11 Porsche did start on the front row, had a bit of contact early in the race, trying to recover back up to a podium position. If they get past this Aston Martin, they'd have about 8 seconds until they get onto the tail of 3rd place. Into turn 1, still nothing to separate the two. It looks like the Aston is going to be able to pull away a little bit, but that's not going to stop the Porsche from trying everything they can to stay on their tail. The 24 has finally gone through the 737. That was for 2nd place in their category. Running in 9th and 10th overall. Ooh, as the Audi gets a little bit, misjudges the braking zone a little bit, that's going to compromise his exit of turn 1, and that's going to give the Lexus a bit more breathing room. Now we'll just have to see if this Lexus can use his pace to try and build a gap over the 737 Audi behind. Seems now the gap is increasing to around 1 second. Here we have the number 16 Fortune Hunter racing car running along in 26th place, just right in the middle of the field pretty much. We had a few disconnects early on, around 45 drivers still going. Nonetheless, it's always good to see people sticking around even if they had a disconnect. They like to challenge themselves, stay through to the end, try and recover as best as possible. Nobody likes to quit, so it's very good on them to stick around and try and recover as best as they can. You know, one of the NCR teams earlier on had a bit of a disconnect, and they're trying to do the same, just trying to stay in and recover as best they can. Currently riding in 43rd place. This is Chris in the car. You heard him in the commentary box with me earlier. As we approach the 3-hour mark of the race, about halfway of the race still to go. Let's tune in with our leader, Airborne Racing 2, the 222 Aston Martin. Currently dealing with the 819 Madhouse Racing team, which started on pole, but unfortunately did have a couple of disconnection issues and are now running in near the back of the grid in 40th place. Ryan Yee in the car currently, just trying to recover as best they can. Very sorry to them for their issues that they are having. Now we have the Beer Racing team, still with the Porsche on their tail, defending as best they can. again, for all the viewers watching, if you would like, just message us a number of the car in the chat, and we can tune on board with them for a little bit, see how their race is going. More than welcome to put that in. Or any questions you may have, anything, feel free to type away. We're here to answer them. Gaps have opened up a fair bit everywhere, as the middle of the stint usually tends to do that. Gaps open up, and then gaps kind of close back down towards the end of the driver's stints also. Who do I think will win? At the moment, it seems that the 222 does have a pretty good advantage at the top. It's about 12 seconds the gap, so if they do make any sort of mistakes, they do have a little bit of a buffer there. It is really hard to predict with more than half the race to go still, but it's pretty... I think it's going to be fair to say that the top three, any one of the top three, or top five even, have a chance at still winning this race. It really depends on if everyone's able to maintain their race pace throughout and manage it, not get held up in traffic too much, pick your battles correctly. It really is just a matter of concentrating for the entirety of the race. You can make, you know, small mistakes here and there that don't cost you too much time, but you really want to stay away from any big risks that could potentially lose you 10 or 20 seconds in the race. Right on with the wing of the Aston beer racing team. Number 11 still just hanging on to the tail as best as he can in the hopes of the Aston making a mistake. It looks like they're very similarly matched on pace. Here we have the drink and drive team, number 43, trying to catch up to the Ferrari in front of them. That Ferrari is the leader of the AM category in 17th place overall. As the 49 runs a little bit wide, that's going to give the position to the Aston, or is it the 43's trying to hang on the inside of turn 6? Side by side on the run down to turn 7. The Aston looks like he has a bit of a speed advantage, but the Ferrari has the inside line. Into the braking zone they go, still side by side. The Ferrari's going to get in front by a bumper. Great driving from both of them, as they're going to continue this battle into the Schumacher S. The Aston slightly behind. Ooh, as the Ferrari wiggles a little bit to the inside curb. Both drivers leaving plenty of space. Aston flashing because he thinks the Ferrari did something wrong there, but in all honesty, it looks like the Ferrari just kind of lost it. Not really anywhere for him to go. Let's ride on with the wing of the Ferrari. Ooh, a little bit slow into the chicane. That's going to give the position to the 43 Aston Martin, as he's going to try and pull away now, build up that gap. As they start their lap 88. At the front, oh my goodness, what's happening here? It seems like, nope, the 122 is still in front there as these two are battling with some traffic. The number 11 getting held up a bit. The gap has opened up to about 2 seconds. Unfortunate for them there. All that work staying behind just to be undone by some traffic. They are currently in 3rd and 4th place. The 33 McLaren has either pitted or made a mistake. I'm guessing pitted. Very unfortunate for the Porsche for all that work to be undone by just a bit of traffic. Now it looks like the 43 has made a mistake. Oh, and there's some bumping between the two. Let's see if they'll keep it out of the wall. Plenty of runoff on the exit of turn 10 there. Here we have the 911 of Team NL riding in 15th place. Pretty good, right in the middle, in 6th place of their category. As we see, the 24 gets a 10-second penalty. That's going to cost them 2nd place overall in their class. Perhaps there was a bit of contact while they were making their overtake. Here we have the 2C's Motorsports McLaren trying to catch up to the number 1 Aston Martin. There's a Bentley behind them that's not for position. Ooh, as the McLaren runs a little bit wide, that's going to compromise his lap. Perhaps he was just doing that to let the driver through. I'm not really sure there. Here we see the drink and drive number 1 team in the box. Here we have 2nd place, number 337 Lexus. Pretty, I don't want to say boring race for them, but just not really involved in a whole lot of battles on track. Doing a really solid job of just maintaining their position and trying to stay in a decent gap to 1st place. They really haven't lost that much time. The gap's been right around 10 to 15 seconds for their entire stint, so they're doing a really good job of hanging on to that 2nd place. In fact, the gap behind has opened up a bit too, so they're doing a really solid job there. The number 9 was able to get through the number 1. We'll see if the number 1 will have an opportunity at any kind of cutback. For comeback, that is. Very aggressive through turn 11 on the run due to the back straight through this kinks turn 12 into the chicane turn 13-14.
We are halfway through, keep pushing.
There we have the message that we're at the halfway mark of the race. And the car 43, who was battling with 49, enters the pits. The Aston not giving up easily, staying on the tail of the McLaren as best as possible. Let's tune in with the leader for a little bit. Let's see what he's going through at the moment. Looks like just a bit of traffic in front of him. There's a Lexus, and it looks like either the Aston or McLaren of the Madhouse team in front. Very distinct livery from the Madhouse. A nice blue and black pattern, followed with pink accents. Really nice looking livery from their team. And there we see the 1111 make the move on the 33 on the inside of turn 15. Still on riding with the 111, trying to negotiate some traffic in front of them. As the 337 Lexus has now pitted, he has a bit of defending to do from the 24 Lexus behind them. This isn't for position in class or in fact overall, because the 24 still has to do their pit stop. But nonetheless, this should keep it exciting for the 337 in front. We'll see if he has enough pace to build this gap out and hopefully come out still in second place after everyone else has completed their stop. Here we have a battle between the 911 Porsche and the 13 Audi. It looks like the 13 Audi is just going to slip on through on the inside of the last corner. Those two not fighting for position in class, so perhaps the Porsche just being cautious, just letting the faster car through, not getting involved in battles they don't want to be involved in. Nothing wrong with that, they're just racing their own race. Sometimes it's just the best way to do it in these long endurance races. Just focus on what you're doing and not worry about everybody else around you. Meanwhile, the 122 in second place dealing with a bit of traffic. This has allowed the 11 Porsche to catch back up. Less than a second the gap between them. Let's ride with the rear wing of the Aston Martin. D&D. I'm assuming that's Drink and Drive, not Dungeons and Dragons. But yeah, what's the car number? Do you know the car number? There's a couple of D&D teams, I think. We've got this one, the 999. This is D&D number 1. Currently riding in 30th place. 30th after that pit stop. After they've taken somebody in the pits. Setting pretty good lap times. The last lap was a 1:55.2. Here we have another D&D team. It looks like, I'm not sure if it is, their name has D&D in it. The lovely Lambo Legends, the 136 Lamborghini, in 18th place. Looks like they're in about 6th place in their category overall. Good, nice drive from them in the top half of the field. And another D&D team is this 43 Aston Martin in 35th position. They've got a fair bit of a gap in front to try and make up, but we'll see how best they can do. Still plenty of time left in the race. We see the leader dealing with a little bit of traffic, still yet to do a stop for the 3rd time. Still setting good lap times. Last lap was a 56.6. And now the battle is back on for 2nd place at the moment between the number 11 Porsche and the 122 Aston. Almost contact between them into turn 2. As they finish up the Mercedes-Benz Arena section, exiting turn 4. Still the same, about the same gap as when they entered the arena. No changes there. This is a really good battle going on between these two. It's been going on for pretty much the entire stint. It's really hard to tell who's faster, because the Porsche is able to catch up when he has that clean air, but it's just a matter of overtaking. But then if the Porsche does overtake, it's a whole other question of whether that Aston is quick enough to stay on the tail and even battle back for position. We haven't been able to see that part yet because the Porsche hasn't really been able to pull up alongside and make a move. course around the Nürburgring, it's such a flowy. It is hard to get one move and make it. There's a lot of room for battles to continue as the and then right-hand corner, where one car will have the outside for one turn and then the inside for one. It really is just a matter of being able to maintain your whole sector. A lot of sections with a heavy braking zone where drivers can really line up along, try and big dive bomb other than turn one. Other than that, it's just gonna have to be maybe the turn. Couple more laps down, still nothing to separate P2 and P3 overall as we approach 2 hours 45 minutes left in the race. Let's tune into the 144 Lexus as he's doing a big drift through the chicane. Perhaps not the right moment to tune in. A little bit of a commentator curse there, sorry. Still has decent pace to try and catch up to the 14 Aston Martin in front. As we will ride on board with the Porsche Slow Force 3 driver in the number 11 Porsche 911. Less than a second still between him and the second place driver in front. Here we see the leaders approaching turn 7. Still a nice, good race for them, avoiding any kind of drama at the front. Have a good gap behind. So overall, going very well for them. as the leader dives into the pits. We'll see if this will trigger some other drivers behind to do the same. We have Benvenuti riding along very well in the top 15 overall in the AM category. Here's the Fortune Hunter Racing car number 14 trying to catch up to the 136 Lambo in front and overtake them. This is for position overall and in class. Not quite enough room on the inside of turn 1 there, but still getting very close to the Lambo in front. And here we have our new leaders, the car number 122 Aston, about to finish lap 100. Still trying to keep the Porsche of Slow Force 3 behind. Doing a good job so far. The gap has been pretty stable at that 1 to 2 second mark, even less than 1 second for most of it. Just really depends on the traffic around these two and how they're dealing with it. And this is a battle for the overall lead between the 222 and the 337. Remember, before the pit stops, this car had about an 18-second gap to the car behind. So over the course of the pit stop, the Lexus was able to gain almost 20 seconds. Because it looks like the Aston did come out behind, but now has taken the position back and come out in front. In fact, that's a different Lexus that I'm looking at. Sorry for the confusion. The Lexus 337 jumped the 222 Aston Martin and is now most likely going to inherit the lead of the race after all the other drivers complete their stops as well. So great strategy from the Lexus team. Here we have the 33 McLaren, who was at one point riding along in the top 3. Just not able to maintain the pace at the top. Maybe a couple of mistakes here and there as well led him back to this position, but still in a great place in the top 10, that is. Now the number 11 Porsche goes into the pits. See if they can get some kind of undercut. Meanwhile, the battle between the 136 and the 14 continues as they enter the chicane. Lambo still able to maintain his 16th place in front of the Aston Martin. As we see the Madhouse Endurance team unlapping themselves after their unfortunate connection issues earlier on in the race. After their pit stop, the number 11 comes out in 6th place. As we wait for all the timings to cycle back through, it looks like they're going to have about a 12-second gap until overall P3. Thanks once again for everybody joining us tonight, to this morning, this evening, wherever you're joining us from. Really appreciate you enjoying what we put out there. We're try our best to make it a good experience for everybody. That's why we had all those delays at the beginning. We did really want to make everybody give everybody a fair opportunity to participate in the race. We do realize that it's a ACC free weekend, so that caused a lot of server buildup over the past few days. Yesterday in the qualifying there were a few issues, but we really do appreciate everybody for sticking around and bearing with us through it. As we see the number 11 negotiating some traffic here, that might just compromise his attempt at the undercut of the 122 Aston Martin, who is in the lead of the race at the moment. And at the back, it looks like the 14 Aston was able to get through the Lamborghini. Is now staying on the tail of the Madhouse Endurance team, who'd qualified on pole position. It's a good move from Fortune Hunters. That's going to move them up to 5th overall in class. Here we have the other Madhouse Racing team, the 818, doing a little bit of a battle with the 43. Ooh, as we see a really crunched Lexus in front there. Here we have the 444 Aston on the tail of the 51. We saw the 51 earlier in the race, racing up in the top 5, but unfortunately they also had a bit of a connection issue and are now recovering back up into the top 40, currently running in 35th. Defending as best they can from the Airborne Racing 3, number 444. see the 43 here, with a good gap behind, trying to catch up to the 818 Aston in front of them. We were watching this battle a little bit ago. Now we have a different battle elsewhere on track. This is for 23rd overall between the 208 Porsche and the number 9 McLaren as they round around turn 11. Getting close to the bumper of the McLaren in front. He's going to try and get a good run up out of the last exit into the approach to the braking zone of turn 1. Let's see if he can get a move done. Sticks his nose on the inside. Not quite close enough to pull up alongside though. Meanwhile, these two Astons have closed the gap between them. Drink and Drive approaching Madhouse Racing in front. Ooh, running a little bit wide of turn 10. As the leader comes into the pits, that's the 122 Beer Racing team. As this battle continues on the approach to the chicane, a bit of traffic in front of these two to deal with. It looks like the Porsche might be dealing with a little bit of damage based on that crunched nose at the front. Let's see, he tries to stick his nose on the inside there. McLaren left a little bit of room. The Porsche just seemed a little bit of hesitant to do it. Oh, the McLaren runs a little bit wide in turn 3. Porsche's trying its best. Is going to go on the outside of 4. Not enough room there to keep the speed. That's going to compromise his run into turn 5. As the 911, that's car in position 16, gets a drive through. After the pit stop, the 122 still in front of the Porsche. The Porsche trying everything it can to get by, but just nothing is working. The Porsche exited the pits in a bit of traffic, so perhaps if they exited, you know, slightly less traffic in front, they just maybe could have cleared this car in front, but unfortunately still stuck behind. This is now going to be the battle for 4th place overall. Oh, as the 122 makes a mistake at the chicane, is able to keep it out of the wall, is going to keep it going, but is going to lose that 4th place to the 11 Porsche. They've got a good gap behind, and it looks like they only lost 1 place. And finally, after a couple of stints, the number 11 able to get through and into a podium place. Not quite a podium place, sorry. That's 4th place for now. I'm not sure if that 101 McLaren needs to do another stop or not. They should be approaching near the end of their stint if they do need to stop, so any minute we will know. And it looks like they did just enter the pits because now they've dropped back to 3rd place overall. Yep, there they go. Now they're dropping back. Looks like they had just completed their pit stop right as we were talking about it. So, then, after the other series of next series of pit stops, we have the 337 Lexus leading the way with a 2.5 second gap behind to the 222 Aston Martin of Airborne Racing 2. And behind them is now the 11 of Slow Force 3. We're just going to wait for that gap to go through to see how much. There it is, about 15 seconds the gap. So, let's just see how much pace this Porsche can have and see if they can close that gap in front and get back into the front of the race. A little bit back, this is the battle for 6th place between the 111 Porsche and the 101 McLaren, who had just completed their pit stop. McLaren defending the inside, Porsche trying the long way around, still not close enough to make a move done as we approach 7:42 p.m. in-game time. That means it's gonna start getting dark pretty soon. Drivers will have a whole other challenge to face of negotiating this fairly difficult track in the dark. Of course, these cars do have very bright endurance lights fitted to them, but that doesn't still help concentration levels as they are now almost at 4.5 hours into the race. Sorry, 3.5 hours into the race. Porsche flashing away. Bit of a distraction technique there. Or maybe he thought the McLaren did something a little bit dirty in front. Nonetheless, everyone's still pointing in the right direction. Still, the 111 doesn't have a way by the 107. Let's tune into the leading duo as the 222 has caught up to the Lexus. And now these two are going to battle it out for the lead. Aston very deep on the brakes, staying as close to the bumper of the Lexus as possible on the run up to the back straight. Flashing away. Into the braking zone of the chicane. The Lexus runs a little bit deep. That might give the Aston a chance to cut back to the inside. Not quite enough room there to do the move. Rounding out the last corner onto the start-finish line. Let's ride on board with the Aston driver, see what he's looking at. Heavy on the brakes, drops heavily into turn 1. Into turn 3. Trying to stay to the bumper of the Lexus as best as he can. Seems the Lexus is getting a little bit squirrely under acceleration. Perhaps it's just an issue of not managing the tires early in the stint, but nonetheless, the battle is still going to continue as they go through the top of the Schumacher S, approaching turn 10. On the approach to the chicane, let's see if the Lexus can get around a lot more clean this time. Yeah, sure can. Not going to give another opportunity to the Aston Martin like that. As we tune to P18, this is the number 13 Audi, trying to defend from the 144 Lexus behind. Nothing between these two into turn 1. Lexus not able to get anything done under acceleration either. Tune back into the leading duo. Lexus still in front by about half a second. Sorry if the screen is showing a lot of the wrong numbers and positions, but as far as I know, this car is in P1. There it goes. Now it's all up to date. As the 111 enters the pits, we'll see if that's perhaps a strategic choice, because now they could only run to the end with only 2 stops. Now the Aston is closer than before, trying to get a move done on the approach to the chicane. Still not close enough to get a move done. Lexus gets through without any drama. Aston Martin still hanging on to the tail as best as he can. Getting a good exit out of there. Let's ride on board. Sorry, let's ride with the wing of the Lexus to see if the Aston can get a move done on the inside of turn 1. Doesn't look like he's going to be quite close enough to make a send here. Lexus closes that off very nicely. Aston running a little bit wide. Here we have a battle for 21st place between the 208 Porsche in front of the number 9 McLaren, who we're riding with now. A lot of traffic in front of these two. Oh, and the Porsche gets a little bit blocked by the Lexus there. That might give the McLaren an opportunity to pounce on this and take 21st place away. Porsche goes down the inside of some back markers. Lexus is going to close the door for the McLaren. Oh, they're going to make some contact as more and more drivers try not to collide with each other there. Let's tune in back with the leaders as the Aston is trying to have a look on the inside of turn 10. Not quite enough room there. Now running down the back straight. Into the chicane. Aston very deep on the brakes. He really does want to stay as close to the Lexus as possible into the last corner and on the run down to turn 1. Very aggressive there. Can he get a good exit? It looks like he's going to try and stay close. Not sure. They've got about the same exit, it looks like. Doesn't look like the Aston's going to be able to pull alongside and get a dive in. Maybe the Lexus is going to try and cover it off. The Lexus goes deep. Aston takes the inside. The Lexus will have the inside for turn 2. Aston carrying enough speed around the outside. Lexus still sticks his nose in there, gets the inside of turn 3. The Aston on the cutback. Lexus positions the car perfectly to not let that happen. And now on the exit of turn 4, the Aston is going to try again into the braking zone of turn 5. Great battle going on between these two, bumper to bumper as they approach turn 6. Lexus maintaining the lead in front. Meanwhile, the number 11 Porsche able to close the gap on these two by a little bit. I think he gained around 3 seconds since the last time we checked. And of course, these two battling will help him along for sure. Through the Schumacher S, not enough room to make a move. Lexus running a little bit wide in turn 10, covering off the inside very well through 11. This might give the Aston a little bit of an opportunity. It looks like he got a much better exit going through the kink. Now Lexus defense to the inside, but not quite enough. The Aston's going to make a move hard on the brakes. Can they keep it on the track? They can. What a move into the chicane from the Aston for the lead of the race. Let's see if the Lexus can do anything to come back. What a brave move going into the chicane. Just waited to the last minute to dive inside. Oh, as we see a car spun around on the exit of turn 2. Able to rejoin safely there, it looks like. And it looks like the 222 is going to be able to pull away. He's pulled out more than half a second gap now. Just needs to be mistake-free, and that should be that place there. But yeah, very great racing between the two there. Meanwhile, while these guys are battling, that has allowed the third place Porsche to gain to within 10 seconds. Now about a second a gap between first and second place. The Aston able to pull out a bit of a gap already. sun setting very quickly now, getting very dark as we approach 8 p.m. in-game time. Leaders dealing with a bit of traffic in front. Alexis diving to the inside of the back marker there, trying to stay on the tail of the 222 Aston as best as he can, just in case that Aston makes any sort of mistake in front. Meanwhile, behind, the Porsche is flying along, setting blistering pace. 1:54.9 is last lap. Car in P1 did a 55.4, so almost half a second gained on just the previous lap. Here we have the car in third place of the Pro-Am category, the 737 Hewlett & Friends Sim Racing Audi. Going through the Schumacher S, a bit of a gaggle of cars behind him. We'll see if just everybody can make it through cleanly there. It looks like it. For now, all the gaps seems like have opened up a fair bit. Here we have the 279 Audi, running in 28th place at the moment. Good recovery from the Madhouse Racing team. They were down in 40th at one point, recovered to 33rd. Very unfortunate issues for them, but good to see them recover so well. Trying to get back into the top half of the grid. 10 seconds for them to gain on the car in front. Here we have the 99 Audi trying to gain on the 45 Lexus in front for 34th place overall. That gap just opened up. It doesn't look like this Audi's going to be quite close enough to get a move done yet. And now we're approaching that part of the race where strategy will come into play. Some will just have to wait and see yet again, because we have really no indication of how far each driver has gone so far in their stint. But the number 11 Porsche is currently flying, gaining almost second on the car in front every lap. And now that the 222 in first place has some clean air, they are able to set some pretty blistering lap times of their own. Their last lap was a 54.8, able to pull away a bit of an advantage from second and third place. Here we have the Fortune Hunter Racing 14 Aston Martin in 12th place at the moment, 4th place in class. Good performance from them. As car number 16, Lamborghini, exits the pits. One more stop to go for them. Approaching turn 1, getting very dark now. Soon we're just going to have to be able to tell these cars by their headlights, and that's going to be pretty hard to do. As the sun sets, the pressure will continue to rise inside the cockpits as time is going to be running out in the race, almost approaching 2 hours to go. And I say that there's still 2 hours to go, so a very, very, very long way to go still, but they've gone 4 hours so far. They just need to keep it clean for the last third of the race. The 222 in front, setting a very good pace still, lapping in the low 55s. Last lap wasn't so great, probably due to some traffic being in the way. Nonetheless, pulling an advantage over second place. However, the number 11 Porsche still has very, very blistering pace, trying to catch up to second place overall as quickly as possible, and then maybe even challenge the leaders towards the end of the race. Here's the Basic Fit Racing Team, number 144 Lexus, in 18th place at the moment. About 1.5 seconds to their next car in front, the number 16 Lamborghini. We see them in front, just barely in picture. The Lambo in front just exited the pit, so we'll see if the Lexus can take advantage of that, trying to use its warm tires and warm brakes to its advantage, close that gap in front, maybe even line up alongside and get a move done. Here we have the Madhouse Racing number 818 Aston dealing with a bit of traffic in front. Do have a slightly hefty penalty attached to them that they will need to serve during their pit stop. As car 43 is in the pits. Aston on Aston, not for position on track. Now the slow Force 3 Porsche, less than 2 seconds the gap to second place, so you can see him in frame there. Let's ride on board with the Porsche and just take a look at how dark the conditions are getting. You can still see a little bit, but those endurance lights really helping a lot and letting the drivers see the road ahead of. Lexus cutting the first part of the Schumacher S a little bit, able to maintain a good speed advantage though. Porsche very aggressive through turn 10. Lining up the exit of 11. Now right on the tail of the Lexus in front. Through the last turn they go. Porsche running a little bit wide. now, about half a second the gap between the two. The Porsche is really flying. Let's see if this Lexus is going to be holding them up or not. Perhaps based on the lap times, it does seem a little bit like the Porsche has a bit of a race pace advantage, but race pace is a whole other thing than overtaking. Porsche just really needs to be patient, try and figure out where the Lexus is weak and take advantage of an opportunity if it comes up. At the same time, you don't want to take too many risks. You have gone this deep into the race already. Seems the 96 Audi from earlier was struggling a bit, now has a 35-second gap to close to 4th place. Well, we've seen this Porsche get by the 122 Aston Martin. Now we'll see if he can get by the 337 Lexus. He's already been on the tail for a couple laps now. He's able to see where the Lexus is weak, try and take advantage of any gap that might open up. Of course, with the conditions getting darker and darker, it will take more concentration from the drivers to get around cleanly. Perhaps the Porsche is just playing the long game, just waiting it out. Of course, though, if the Porsche is getting held up by the Lexus a little bit, he would want to make that move done as soon as possible so he can try and get the clean air and chase down the leader, who has about a 10-second gap now to 2nd place. As the Lexus dives into the pits, that's going to give some clean air for the Porsche to run in. Porsche inherits P2 of the race. We'll just have to compare the lap times of P1 and P2 over the coming laps and see if, in fact, the Porsche is able to gain on the Aston Martin in front. Here we have a battle for 14th place between the 49 Ferrari and the 911 Porsche. In front, we see there that orange Porsche in shot. This is for position. Less than 1 second between the two. Porsche flashing away, perhaps at bat markers in front. These two have moved up a place. It looks like a car has lost some places from the pits. This has been a great stint from this team. So they started off in 2nd in class and now have a huge advantage over 2nd place in their class, riding in 14th overall in the lowest category, the AM category. Great job to this Ferrari team. trying to negotiate a bit of traffic as they try to hang on the tail of the 13 as best as, hang on to the tail of P13 as best as possible, that is. Still with less than 2 hours to go, this Ferrari is going to have to come in for a pit stop. Twice even. Down the back straight they go into turn 1, not quite close enough to get a move, or to even think about a move. After the 337 completes his pit stop, he comes out in 6th place, 11 seconds behind 5th, the 101 McLaren. Here we have the leader of the Pro-Am category, the Sim Project Racing Team 496 Lexus. Currently about a 9-second gap over their second place competitor, also in a Lexus, that's the number 24. Lexus on Lexus battle in the Pro-Am category for the lead. Here we have the 136 Lamborghini of the lovely Lambo Legends. Let's ride on board with the Lambo driver going through the Schumacher S. See just how dark it's getting out. Very bouncy through the chicane, approaching the last corner. Onto the back finish straight. There we see the Porsche in front. That's not going to be for position, but still can use the draft to his advantage. Try and close the gap as best as possible to the car in front. It's got a pretty big gap, 25 seconds, but still a long way to go. Anything can happen. And at the front, Airborne Racing 2 still has a pretty good 10-second lead over the car behind. They are doing very similar lap times, with the Porsche just being a couple tenths faster in the last few laps. But not a lot, just a couple tenths gained.
Hello.
Hello, Vincenzo, how's it going?
Yep. I don't know what to say. We have retired the car for problems. We we had a lot of stuff to work with in the steering section. Now the situation is calm and we can a little bit enjoy the night. How is it going?
Going?
Going.
Yes.
Oh, we are watching P1. Air Schwalbe. Airborne Racing 2. Nice. I saw before that there are still like 9, 10 cars on the lead lap. After 4 hours is amazing.
Yeah, it looks like probably the top 10 are still on the same lap.
Yes.
A couple of
Okay.
cars have had to retire, but all other cars are
Yeah, I
still in the
saw.
race.
Yeah, I saw like car 51. Maybe they're still on track. I don't know. They're our car, the 112, and yeah, some cars had to retire. Maybe for driver swap issues, or maybe also some car disconnected and are still racing.
Yeah, we know the Madhouse teams, both of them have had some issues, but are recovering pretty nicely now.
Where are they? 819 is
The 819
the
is in 31st, just did a pit stop
and
recently.
818 is P33. Yeah, the 818 just in the last 20-30 minutes received a 40-second time penalty for various incidents. He had um let's see if there are some battles on the track. Um there is P2 in the box. No,
Is the
he's not
rain
in the
light
box. He's
around? Yeah, you can turn on the rain light. Why not? That's not really.
I don't know. Hmm? Yeah, you can use it.
Yeah,
No problem.
not illegal. You can use it. It's really just helpful only if there's rain. It's really just there to be able to try and see cars around you during the rain.
But
So no real
also in
issue
the
if it's on.
dry, yeah, also in the dry is useful. So they have a, I think, a better idea of where the car is placed. But
That's true, but with that rain light though, yeah, it is.
is an
It's
additional headlight for the rear stop.
it's hard to judge
Not
though
so
because sometimes that little middle bar is really helpful to really pick out when
yeah,
someone is braking. So it can serve as a small bit of a distraction, especially because some cars have that flashing light at the back and some of them have a solid light. So it
yeah,
really
like
just depends on
Audi.
how the
I
driver
remember
responds to it.
Audi and Aston have solid. So at the moment, if we want to do a rundown, we have 222 Aston Martin in the lead, followed by 10 seconds for the Porsche, number 11, Slow Force 3 by ACCRL. Then for the silver class, we have the 496 Lexus, driven in this moment by BAM in P7 overall, and followed at 9 seconds behind there is 24 Lexus, so the Lexus are flying. I'm not surprised, but is flying. In the with the Clar, and the leader of the M class is the number 49 Ferrari of Enzo Benvenuti, and they are both all top 15.
Yeah, it's a good race for them starting from well down in the pack.
I think it was 45, 44. I'll tell you. It was Rip Speed Racing was starting P36 overall, P2 in the AM class. So they had a pretty good recovery.
Yeah, it's going very well for them.
Then the P2 is P23, that is Reinsch in the number 1 Aston Martin. Number 1 was the pole sitter in class, UWE Racing.
Yeah, they had a good battle there, and then Enzo got in the car and just absolutely is flying on his stint right now. He started off about 5 seconds behind the number 1 Aston Martin at the beginning of the stint, and now is look at that gap. It's huge.
I think it's a lap,
Yeah, I
more
think
or
the
less.
Aston also pitted. I'm not sure if Benvenuti has stopped. He will need to stop twice more for sure.
Yes. I will check for the stops and I'll come back to you. Because in case they missed it, we have pit wall. So
I
we
mean, I'm
can check
sure,
the
yeah,
real.
even then the in-game will warn them that they've done too many laps. Currently on their stint, they've done 24 laps, about 10 to go if we compare it to their previous stints. They did 33
Yes.
on their last one, currently at 24 laps.
While the number 1 stopped 5 laps ago. And the gap is, yes, 1 full lap. 1 lap and 50 seconds. So there is a pretty big margin. And I don't know why I have still P6 and P2 that they are in the pit for me. I don't know why. But in the pits there is really the 777 Ferrari, P4 sitting P43 at the moment in the standings. Ooh, and P16, the number 136 Lamborghini is closing on the P15, number 14 Aston Martin, and I think it's for class. No, it's not even. Yeah, it's for class, and it's 6 tenths away. The Lambo is 6 tenths away from the Aston. Let's see if we can have a rundown, maybe in the hairpin.
It's probably the closest battle we have on track at the moment. We'll see if they can get anything done on the approach to the turn 7 hairpin. Lambo trying to get a good exit so we can get a good rundown. Go side by side. Not quite close enough yet.
Let's see if the V10 of the Lambo can catch the V8 of the Aston. While there was a yellow flag, seems. Yes, there is car 17, the 17 Lamborghini, just in front of them.
Oh, there's a bit
Was
of
going
traffic.
slow.
Let's see, they're going side by side into turn 10.
Oh, and there is also a Lapid car, probably.
Oh, there's
Ooh,
a
on
bit
the
of
limit.
contact.
Little touch.
Still on the inside, the Aston has the line. Oh, almost contact again.
This through?
Lamborghini sweeps around the outside.
Nice.
Good move.
And the Lambo and the Aston flashes him, I think, for the move. I don't think he wants the place back.
I'm not sure he's just gonna give him that place back like that. I mean,
No, I think it's pretty clear the pass, the pass, and it's a P5 in the silver class for them. While there is also here the battle between the 96 and 101 cars for P4 and P5 overall.
oh, a bit of a slide there on the exit. Let's see if this will give the McLaren a good opportunity as they go through the kink into the chicane. Audi defending the inside. McLaren pulls alongside.
Is too close.
Yeah, Audi's going to cover that off really well. But let's see if the McLaren can get a good exit out of the last corner on the approach to turn 1. Pulling out of the slipstream of the Audi. Now back into it, into the braking zone. Not close enough yet.
Let's see if we can try maybe again. If he prepares properly, maybe he can try next in this lap. And there is another yellow flag. That is the 727 Audi sitting P44 at the moment, and 9 laps down, maybe even 10 laps down from the leader. And there is a Bentley spawn. There is a Bentley spawn after the chicane, and it caused huge mayhem. Is the 333 Bentley, and now he's restarting. He went into the grass. I can give you this info. Slowly rejoining the track.
The McLaren
And I think
flashing
he lost-
away, try to distract the Audi in front as best as he can. A little bit of
Last
a dirty
time-
tactic there.
Yeah, last time we saw a flash for a place, flashing a car in front for a place, there was a warning. So maybe it's better to watch out, be careful, but you can do it.
You can do it, but you just don't want to do it too much. That's really it.
Ooh, and there is a 71 drive-through penalty for reaching. No, it's again the same penalty. No, I think no. They received another drive-through. Car 71, the Lexus.
Here we go. These guys are close. Well, let's see if the McLaren's close enough to get a dive on the inside. Pulls out.
Still, yeah,
Not
it's still too
quite.
far. Ooh.
On the brakes for turn 3, Audi runs a little bit wide. That might give the McLaren a good opportunity of a run up to turn 5, but doesn't look like he's going to be close enough to do that quite yet. Meanwhile, at the front, the 222 still has about a 10.5 second advantage over second place. Good battle for 4th place overall here. We'll just have to wait and see when these guys are going to make their pit stops. The Audi will most likely be coming in pretty soon for their pit stop.
Guys, I leave you for now. I'll
Okay.
be back in a bit. They
Yeah,
are
sounds
calling
good.
me.
So based on previous stints, it seems the Audi will have to pit very soon just based on the fuel calculator here. Their last stint was 31 laps. Yep, there they go, diving into the pits now. Let's see if the clean air for the McLaren will give it an advantage and try and do the overcut here. McLaren still has about 10 laps on their stint. As the 96 stays in the pits. Still in the front, 10-second gap. Letting some cars through there. That's the 49 Ferrari flying along very well as the leader dives into the pit lane. This stop plus 1 left for the leader. The 222 goes into the pits.
Yes, just that. You want to nice. Wait. And we are still watching P6, the leader of the silver class, the 496 last season, the 496. Let's start P30. P30 on the grid. The Steam Project Racing team is now P6. Amazing. The leading doing an amazing race.
And after their pit stop, the leaders have come out into 3rd place, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
They've got 1 minute to the car behind, which was running in 5th place before the stops. So So we'll just have to wait and see for all the other drivers in front of them to make their stops to see if the 222 will still have the lead of the race.
Well, maybe some cars on the front are stretching all the stints, so they have only a splash and dash in the end.
Yeah, it seems like the 101 McLaren will do that because they still have about 8 to 10 laps left in their stint now.
That is around 20 minutes, maybe between 15 and 20 minutes.
So yeah, doing
Maybe
80 minutes on a set of tires is very reasonable, especially in these colder
it's
conditions too.
and the McLaren I saw that doesn't eat too much the tires. So if he manages the tires in the first part of the stint, he can easily do 80 minutes on the tires.
Yeah, it is really just about managing it at the beginning.
While there is a fight for P27 between the 999 Audi and the 279 Audi on track at the moment. The 279 has two, and also the 819 McLaren, the pole sitter, is chasing them down the road. He's 1.5 seconds now, the gap. And there is a 5-second time penalty for cars 727, not 10 seconds, for unsafe track re-entry after spinning out in turn 9.
Yeah, this drink and drive team trying to defend from the 279 behind. Ooh, gets a bit of a sloppy exit there. They might give an opportunity to the car behind to make a dive into the turn 7 hairpin. Not quite close enough to do that though. Perhaps on the exit. Yeah, it looks like the 999 is starting to struggle on the tires, perhaps reaching the end of their stint already.
I think also the 999 is on the stretching the stints, while the two
I'm
cars
not, yeah.
behind have fresher tires.
It's based on the pit wall I see. It looks like the 999 stopped only 13 laps ago, so the tires really shouldn't be going at this early in the stint.
Unless he had some problems,
That's
like
true.
slow punctures.
Slow punctures. The pressures could have been set wrong.
Oh, 279 sliding in the middle of the chicane, and this helped the 999 to slightly pull away, and the 819 is now not fighting but is looking very aggressive on the rear of the Audi. These three cars are literally in 1 second. Oh, the 819 on the outside, not quite ready the move. Also, they closed on the
Oh, the
999 that has some exitation, exiting T5, and now they are closed.
they're all
They're,
bumper to bumper.
let's go. 279 yeah, the nice exit on the 999 defending in the middle of the road, and he can't quite try the move, but he's far wide, and the turn 8 is in.
Side
They're
by
side
side
by
into
side
Schumacher
now.
S. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, and there is also a yellow flag in front. The 155 is in the gravel, and no.
Ooh, that was a close one.
That,
Good move there to pull out from the 279.
yeah. And the 819 is doing the imposter. Let's say this. That
Haters.
is
Vincenzo,
waiting.
do you want to explain to
Yeah.
haters what happened to the 112?
I don't want to explain what happened, but oh, it hurts me.
That's all you need to know, haters. It
Basically,
hurts. As we see these two
basically,
battling into the chicane,
yeah.
not quite close enough.
Okay, if they stop battling for a second, I will try to
I
explain.
don't
But
know if they're
there is
gonna
also
stop
the
battling, because
819.
as soon as one makes a mistake, there's another car right behind to try and take advantage. This is a great three-way battle going on for 28th place, or 27th place, I guess.
Okay, in the middle, 279 watching on the inside. It's preparing the
Triple.
move probably here.
Oh, he just pulls out at the last minute.
He faked pretty well the dive. So in the meantime, we watched this. Basically, Andrea had disconnection, so we had to left rejoin. Then I
Side by
tried
side.
to Ooh,
Oh,
on
the
the
279's
outside.
drifting around the outside. What a move!
What? And now the 819 will not wait anymore. He will try the pass. And I was saying, yeah, we had to do another lap. I swapped again to Andrea. The car was not for me. I could not drive, neither Andrea. So we had two left. Rejoined the server, and then we were two laps behind the car in front, and Chris just wanted to do some laps. So in the end, he retired the car. Not our race, unfortunately. I'm having a lot of fun watching this. 819 is on the bumper of the 999. Ooh, very aggressive! I think they touched. Or almost touched. Nice exit for the Macca. Name a more iconic duo. I will. Andrea and the Disconnections or Andrea and the Disconnection in Nürburgring? Tell me. Oh, so close. And the 279 is pulling away. He already has a second. Full second. Nice. Bumper to bumper. He moves out of the line. On the inside. Into the braking zone. Oh, and he's in. Let's wait for the switcheroo. Not quite. And this is P28. This P14 in class. Yeah, haters, I know. I don't know a more iconic duo. And maybe you missed it. No, you saw it. The move of the 819. While the 11 is in the number 11 is in the box. Okay, I leave you again. I'll come back.
Sounds good. Now the 819 after making the move. Oh, we see the 999 going wide in the back of the Schumacher S. Let's see if the 819 can close the gap on the Audi in front. Currently in the lead, we have the 122 Aston Martin of Beer Racing Team. Currently on lap 138, a little less than 1.5 hours to go in the race. These guys will still need to make one or two pit stops depending on how far they're able to stretch out this stint. see traffic getting kindly out of the way there, down the back straight. And now, after their pit stops, the 337 Lexus and the 11 Porsche are going to fight for the third spot on the podium. Lexus pitting a little bit early has an advantage in having a nice warmed up tires and brakes. The Porsche is going to be slightly cold coming out of the box, and it will be higher on fuel as well. Let's see, the Lexus has a great speed advantage, trying to look on the inside of the chicane, not quite close enough though. Trying to line him up on the exit. Staying on the outside of turn 15, trying to cut it back, get a good exit, lining him up into turn 1. Here we go, using the slipstream, cutting to the inside. Let's see if the Lexus can stay in front. Porsche really late on the brakes, staying very wide. Nice, you'll have the inside for turn 2. Great defending from the Porsche. It really looked like the Lexus had a great speed advantage, but the Porsche just outbraked the Lexus very well. Rounding out turn 4, dealing with a bit of traffic in front. Lexus in front staying out of the way nicely again. Now these two are going to try and gain as much time as possible in front so that they can get an undercut or overcut on drivers behind or in front. And after the pit stops, the 222 is no longer going to be in the lead. They are 1.3 seconds back of the Lexus. So we'll have to wait and see if the 222 can make a comeback and make a nice move on the Lexus like it did in the previous stint. Let's take a look at the battle for 14th place between the 333 Bentley and the 136 Lamborghini. Going through turn 4. Bentley still has a bit of a gap, not close enough to make a move yet. Let's tune on in back to this trio of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Riding with the Lexus for now, not able to close the gap in front on the Porsche. However, back behind, Aston Martin able to very effectively close the gap as the Porsche has caught up to P2 in class. Let's see if he can get a move done. Trying to line up the McLaren into turn 10, not quite close enough on the braking zone. Aston flashing away at the Lexus, trying to distract him as best as he can. Let's see if the Porsche can get a move done into the chicane. This is a great four-way battle opening up here. The McLaren has a bit of a messy exit. That's going to let the Porsche slip through on the inside of turn 15. Let's see if the Lexus can do the same. The number 11 Porsche takes P2 of the race. Meanwhile, behind, let's see if the Lexus can take advantage and get a move done on the inside. The McLaren covers it off. He's going to have to go the long way around if he wants to do it. Hard on the brakes. staying on the outside of the McLaren. He's going to shut that opportunity off now side by side with the Aston Martin in turn 2. The Aston trying to carry some momentum around the outside, isn't able to do that. Now the Lexus might have a move on the inside. The McLaren opens the door. Lexus tries to take it. They're side by side into turn 4. A bit of contact. Now side by side, the Aston is going to try and take 2 cars in one go here. Lexus covering the inside very effectively. Nowhere for the Aston to go. He's going to have to stay back. Good move from the Lexus, getting through up into 3rd place. Now trying to chase down the 11 Porsche. Meanwhile, the 222 is going to try his best to get past the 101 to make sure he gives himself as best of an opportunity to catch down the drivers in front, still flashing away as they approach the Schumacher S. As the leader, the 122 Beer Racing Team is in the pits. Lexus, McLaren, Aston Martin is the battle on track at the moment here. Aston still flashing away. It is becoming a bit too much at this point, honestly. As the McLaren is going to dive into the pits. We'll see if the clean air will let the Aston gain on the Lexus in front. And there we see the 122 rolling out of the pit lane. He will take 4th place in the race. That's going to give the number 11 Porsche the lead. The 337 is in 2nd, and the 222 is in 3rd. There's a great battle going on for 2nd place overall, as the Aston is continuing to flash. Two-second gap for the leader for now. We'll see if he can pull a bigger advantage, as these two are going to battle and deal with some bit of traffic in front as well. The 122, after pitting from the lead, comes out in 4th place, has about 6 seconds to close on the Aston Martin we see, who is flashing yet again on the Lexus in front. Nice and smooth through the chicane from the Lexus, not giving any room to the Aston behind. Lexus in front, back marker gets out of the way. Bit of back marker trouble is going to set back that Aston a little bit. Meanwhile, still for 13th place, the Bentley cannot find a way past the Lamborghini in front. Still less than a second the gap between them. But let's keep riding with the Lexus. Let's ride with the rear wing. Through turn 11 they go on the exit to the back straight. Bit of traffic in front. We'll see how well these two clear that. Still the Porsche in the lead, not able to pull out a very large advantage. Only 1 second the gap. As second tries to dive through the Bentley to lap the Bentley, that is, and the Aston and the Bentley are going to go side by side. Here we have a battle for 16th place between the 16 Lamborghini and the 49 Ferrari, as we see Alexis driving the wrong way on the track, trying to get pointed in the correct direction. Benvenuti quite close enough to make a move. Let's tune back to the leading duo. Or sorry, not the leading duo, but second and third place. Less than half a second still the gap between these two. Nobody wants to take any big risks still. Still 1 hour and 15 to go, so no point taking a huge risk now. Still flashing away that Aston Martin, doing everything he can to get by the Lexus. These two still able to pull ahead of the 122 Aston Martin. Now 10.6 seconds is the gap to fourth place behind. So these two do have a bit of wiggle room in case there is a mistake. And back to the battle for 16th. Benvenuti gonna try and have a good run on the inside into the kink. Not quite sticking his bumper in close enough. It looks like he just might. Gets over the curb and gets through before the chicane. Good move there from the Ferrari driver. It moves up into 16th place. Now down the back straight comes second and third place into turn 1. The Aston very, very good on the brakes. Just not quite able to close the door effectively. Sorry, close the gap effectively, that is. As we see a back marker running a little bit wide of turn 2, staying out of the way. Gap from the leader to second over 2 seconds. The number 11 Porsche pulling a little bit of a gap now. Into the turn 7 hairpin. Still within half a second, these two, nothing to separate them really. Their pace is so similar.
And if the P3 flashed the P2,
Oh, he's been doing that for 20 minutes now.
okay, maybe it will be report because once, twice, 3 times is okay, but now it's very unnecessary. Flashing so much.
Here we have a battle for 22nd between the 50 Aston Martin and the number 9 McLaren in front. The Beer Racing team number 50 not quite close enough yet to make a move as they go through the chicane. Let's tune back into the second place as they enter turn 1.
And behind there is also P27. Trying maybe to unlap while the battle is in the front.
Into turn 1, The
Oh,
battle for
very deep,
21st,
Mac.
very deep. Yep, that's going to give the position easily to the 50 Aston Martin.
And he went through. Luckily for the other Aston, the number 1, it doesn't mean he lost a place in class. He lost only overall, but he's still P2 in the M class. And literally, P3 in class is just behind him, but he's a lap down. Very slow exit for the number 1. While the gap for the top 3 is 3 seconds after almost 5 hours. The 222 was watching on the outside of the chicane, but he couldn't go through to try the move. Little bit wide on the apex. The 337 Lexus, but he had a good exit, so he can defend properly in T1. But the 222 is still watching on the inside. Aston very deep on the brakes. Not quite ready for a move.
Gonna have a look into turn 3. Not a whole lot of room there. Ooh, maybe on a bit of a cutback here. Maybe the Aston can get a good run up into turn 5. Lexus covering off the inside.
Just enough room for the car.
Great defending from the Lexus, not giving an inch to the Aston Martin to stick his nose in.
But still clear and correct the battle. Yeah, Schwalbe, great battle.
All the meanwhile, this is letting the number 11 run away. The gap is almost doubled to 4 seconds.
Yeah, with the little showdown they had in the Mercedes arena, P1 had the occasion to say goodbye to these
Ooh,
two.
a little bit of a mistake on the exit there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time on the approach to the chicane.
Mm.
Getting very close in the last corner. Still not quite a good enough exit to get a good run up into turn 1 though.
No, Schwalbe, no problem, but maybe once, twice in 2-3 laps is okay to flash. But if you repeatedly flash, maybe to disturb the car in front, I don't want that I personally report it to the racing stewards, but it can be reported from other cars, and I have personal experience in that. It can be annoying, I know. But as I said, no problem. Once or twice, even in 2-3 laps, is not a big problem. Or in my personal opinion. But man, you are doing a great battle. Enjoying.
This is great to watch.
Mm. And for your information, P1 in the last lap gained 1.4 seconds. Just to put the numbers on the table.
Yeah, that Porsche in some clean air is setting some really good lap times in the low 155s.
Curious to know why the Lexus, the 337 Lexus, is running Mach 3. I think for the EQ, how the car will exit the corners and so the power deployment.
Yeah,
But
it
it's
could be
very
just the
interesting
settings
to
of the
know.
map is a little more favorable to
Yeah,
tire wear
gentle.
and stuff like that.
And there is a
Yep, track
208.
limits.
drive-through for track limits. The 208 is P27 overall.
As we see a couple of drivers head into the pits for their final pit stop.
They're very on the limit. Like P7 just left the pits. That is the 111 Porsche. Then there is the Bentley. But the fight is in the front, is on the front. P2 and P3. Looking on the other and the rest of the grid, the gaps are pretty spread out.
Yeah, we'll just wait and see if those will close up a little bit after the pit stops also.
Let's see if we can try the move. Very aggressive also here. Is the Lexus for sure is feeling the presence of the Aston. And what is 20 minutes that this battle is going on?
Yeah, if
More
not
or less.
more. I mean, this battle was going on in the last stint also, with the Aston having to do a very aggressive move on the inside of the chicane. We'll see if they can mirror that on this stint. A little bit of a bumpy exit there that might compromise his run up to the chicane. Getting very dark, almost pitch black now. As we just get
And
past 9 p.m. in-game time.
there is still 1 hour and 5 to go. Track is 14 degrees, so it's very cold. Perfect temperature.
Oh yeah.
And I'll be back in a second.
Sounds good. The 819 pole sitter, after a couple of issues, running along now in the top half of the field in 24th place. Good recovery drive from them. 4 seconds to close on the car in front for position. Now we tune into the leader of the Pro-Am class. This is Sim Project Racing Team, number 496 Lexus. They're about almost a lap down from the leader, overall leader. Running along in a very solid race. No dramas from them. The gap behind for them is about 11 seconds. So they have a pretty good cushion behind in case any issues or mistakes happen there. Now let's tune in to the leader of the AM category. That's Rip Speed Racing. Yeah, you're definitely right about that, haters. The 222 does need to try and get past as soon as possible because they are losing about 1.5 seconds a lap. Maybe just half a second at some points. It really just depends on the lap, but this traffic definitely isn't helping them clear that up. Now, battle continues still as they approach the start-finish line to start lap 152. Still bumper to bumper between P2 and P3 as we approach the 1 hour mark left in the race. Teams will have to do one more pit stop, and then after that it's just going to be a straight fight to the end. This is still the closest battle we have on track at the moment. And here we go. 2 and 3 both go into the pits at the same time. We'll see just who comes out on top then. Let's just stay with them as they go through the pits. This is going to be crazy. The Lexus dived first. Aston followed it behind. We'll just have to wait and see who will come out on top in the pit stop. We know from before the Aston has struggled a bit in the pit stops, allowing the Lexus to do the undercut before. We'll just see if that plays into effect here. Again, Lexus has dropped. Lexus is rolling. The Aston's still up. And just now the Aston is able to get rolling and underway. Oh no, it seems the Aston has lost a little bit of time during the pit stop. He's going to have to gain that back. Here we are with the number 69 Pit Speed Racing Porsche trying to close the gap in front on the McLaren, less than 1 second. Fortunately, it looks like that gap has opened up just a little bit. It doesn't look like the Porsche is going to be quite close enough to get a move done yet. As the 69 dives into the pits. Let's tune back into the 337. Going through the chicane. Yeah, they really did benefit from that pit stop. The triple two is now 6.5 seconds back.
Guys, yeah, I'm back. And also the 337 is back. Or what happened to the 337? Oh, they beat
They both stopped at the same time, and it seems like the Aston has been struggling with the pit stops because every time they go in the pit lane, they just lose like 10 or so seconds.
maybe the ignition and the starting procedure, or
Yeah, it could
maybe
be, but
a
still,
wrong
like, yeah.
placement, maybe bad placement in the pit stop. Oh well. Now the Lexus is safe for now, but I think it will come back.
Yep, still 55 minutes left in the race. Here we have the leading Porsche, the number 11, going through the start-finish line to start lap 155. Approaching a bit of traffic in front.
The Porsche just started lap 156. I suppose. I can't spell tonight. Yeah, they are on lap 156. Oh, they say that they play full automatic in the pits. This is the first I think proper endurance since they play in 3 weeks, from 3 weeks.
You guys are doing a
That's what
great
they
job.
said. Yeah,
Keep it going.
they're doing pretty good. Maybe I can give you a suggestion, like if you want to put some auto stuff, so some helps, you can put the auto clutch. That is, I think, the most important one. That helps you from getting away from the pit stalls pretty quickly. But other than that, I would use the manual ignition, so you're even faster starting from the pits. We are top Formula 1 driver who wanna go real sim. Understood.
F1, not real sim. That's funny, that's true. F1 doesn't really have a good real sim, though.
No. Unless you race on a Assetto Corsa.
Right, unless you know, put in, get the...
And it seems there is a slow car in front of the lead. And is the P41, the 155 Ferrari. But yes, as I said, the
Here we have a bit of
aids
a battle,
will
too, going up into turn
go.
1 for 17th place.
There is the Lexus 144 of Basic Fit Racing Team with the K. Zeisler Fortunate Racing number 13 Audi. And with 50 minutes to go, I think they pitted already, both of them. It will be down to the line, the battle. Vote for unlucky. Depends which car are you in. Because there are a lot of unlucky teams in this race, including my team. But
Ooh, a bit of traffic in front of these two.
while there is a drive-through penalty for car 497 for reaching their third overall warning in this event. And the third warning is for ignoring blue flags
And
and
the
hampering car
16 dives into the
24.
pits.
Car
Looks
24 in for 2 consecutive laps. I think this is the second car that receives a penalty for overall warnings.
As we take a look back up towards the front, the 337 Lexus has caught up to the 101 McLaren. Meanwhile, the gap to the 222 stayed around the same, 6.5 seconds. So it doesn't look like there's a lot of pace left in the Aston Martin in these last 50 minutes of the race.
And also the number 96 and the number 33 are very close, 7 tenths. While the 337 on the limit in the chicane, he lost quite a bit of time, like half a second.
So many cars in front of these two. We'll see if that plays a factor in their battle later on. Ooh, the Audi seems to already be getting hindered by some traffic. Goes through the inside there.
Now it's time for the McLaren, and he went through pretty easily.
Yep, now trying to chase down the 96 Audi in front.
Unlucky ICS.
The 144 back on the tail of the number 13 for 17th place. As they go through the Mercedes-Benz arena. Bit of
There are
slow
some
traffic in
lapid
front.
cars. Oh, the Ferrari moves out of the way.
So not quite close enough to the tail of the Audi to make a move anywhere yet. Let's tune in back to third place. As it seems like he has been able to pull out a bit of a gap with some lapped cars getting in the way of the 33 McLaren. Yeah, there's 2 cars in between them now.
Yeah, there is the number 14, so P14 Newman, and there is a Bentley that is P15, just overtook the number 14 Aston Martin. That is the 333 Bentley of
Now the battle for P5 is on between the 101 McLaren and 337 Lexus.
3 tenths.
Through the Schumacher as they go. Bit of traffic going wide there, staying out of the way. And P10, P2 in Pro-Am class dives into the pits. Oh, and a bit of traffic. Oh my goodness, very tight through the chicane. Lex is going to try around the outside. Swinging it back. McLaren covers that off. Now he's going to try on the run down to turn 1.
Number 3 is in the box in the meantime.
Oh, bumper to bumper, pulls into the inside, side by side. Yep, Lexus is going to take the inside there. Nice move, well done.
Now, the next car for them, if they want to collaborate, is the number 96 Audi, 7 seconds in front. But I think he has still to pit. So they can fight. It's basically war open.
Here we see the 33 in the pits. Meanwhile, the 222 needs to step up the pace a little bit. But yeah, now he's closing since those two have been battling. But now that the Lexus is in clean air too.
Yeah, but also now the 222 will have some back markers to lap.
Yeah, good point. P1, 24-second gap ahead of P2. Still waiting for them to do their final pit stop, though.
While there is a 15-second time penalty for the 911 for causing a collision with the car number 13. Ooh, 222 on the limit.
Yeah, the 337 Lexus pulls out more than a second of a gap behind already.
While there is 717 got a drive-through for track limits.
And here's a battle on track. The 999 and the 43 side by side going through turn 7 into the Schumacher S. One behind the other. This is for 30th overall.
While behind the 101, slightly closed the gap from the 337, is now again under 1 second. While the 222 Aston is also closing and is now 4.8 seconds and is catching the car in front of. Well, there is no 222. Just caught a car that spawned and there is a big crash. Is involved the 222, the 17, the 14, the 911, and the 717. This is a big impact for the race, especially for the front runners. So the 222 has a lot of damage, and he has a crunched wheel, and he can't steer. So the impact was pretty heavy.
Yeah, you can see in the picture now missing a headlight as well.
Yes. I'll be back.
That is unfortunate for them. We'll just see if they're able to nurse it back to the pits at least. And that's really unfortunate for the 222. They were having a great race. And just as we cut away from this battle, the 999 was able to get in front of the 43. And now we have the leader here. As we approach the 41 minutes to go in the race. Slow Force 3 by ACCRL still have a lead in front of about 30 seconds over the 122 Aston Martin. We're still a little bit unsure on the strategy. We know they're going to have to pit again. We just don't know if it's going to be a quick stop for fuel or if it's going to be a full pit stop with a tire change and a driver swap. That's the one thing we don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see as we approach the final 40 minutes of the race. A very unfortunate issue for the 222. They had a big contact. They were able to nurse it back to the pits. So let's just hope that they can still come out in a decent position in the race. Very unfortunate for these guys in their first large endurance race. But
Okay,
unfortunately that is racing, so there's not much we can do about that. You just gotta tough it out and keep going in these last 40 minutes.
and this like maybe 1 minute and a half, 2 minutes of damage. I'm looking closely to the car. It's very unfortunate because he couldn't do much, the Aston, because he saw it too late. He saw it very too late, and also got collected by other cars. So.
Here we see a move on from the 136 on the 49 Ferrari. This is not for position in class, so I think the 49 is just letting that guy through easy. He knows he has a bit of a pace advantage, so not getting in anybody's way there. Good move from the 49 team. Still running along very well in 13th place, P1 in Pro-Am, or sorry, in Am category in 13th place. Great result from them.
And the 222 Aston is leaving now the pits. He's like 2 minutes of damage from the timer.
And yet another battle here. They're going to lose another place, but it still doesn't matter for them as they still have the lead in the Pro-Am category. That's the 333 Bentley going on the outside. Oh, and they're going to try and come back. Oh, and there's a bit of contact there.
Oh, there is a contact in T1. He holds the brakes, wait the car to go through, and he restarts.
The 101 dropped back a bit after the battle with the 337. 3 seconds the gap to 4th place.
Oh, and there is another incident. Oh, and there is a big incident. Again in the Schumacher S's with the 727 and the 118. And seems also the number 60 was involved in this incident. A big crash. Very big crash.
And now here we see the Bentley did eventually get through the 49 Ferrari. Good sportsmanship there from the 49 letting him through. Oh, there's a bit of carnage there in turn 11. Ooh, almost contact between the 333 and
Yeah,
the
it's
222.
crunch at the wheel.
And here we have the 96 Audi diving into the pits with 37 minutes left. That's going to give the position third place to the 337 Lexus.
Well, it seems there is no battle at the moment on track. And the gap seems pretty much spread out at the moment. And the 717 retired from the race around 8 minutes ago. No, 4 minutes ago.
After their unfortunate collision, the 222 is still in a very solid 12th place overall, trying to chase down the Lamborghini in front. About 1.3 seconds is the gap. With 30 minutes left, these guys can still make it into the top 10.
Yes, 136 is just in front. P10, unless he needs to pit, is half a lap in front. So it's pretty hard to get P10 overall.
P1
But
in the AM
still,
class is in the pits now,
yeah,
from 14th
and
place overall.
and seems a regular stop. Maybe
I'm
they
not
have
sure they're
some
gonna, yeah, I don't think they're gonna still lose that position though, to second overall in
the
class,
leader,
so.
in class. They have, I think, 1.5 laps. Yeah, the Ferrari is rolling out now.
Very
Still,
effectively, this Aston is closing the gap. It's less than 1 second.
yeah, it's much faster at the moment than the Lambo.
here is that Rip Speed Ferrari able to come out in 18th place, still a very comfortable gap to second place in class. And the leader of the Pro-Am category in riding in 5th place at the moment, the 496 Lexus, doing a great job. Very clean race. Haven't really had to mention their name a whole lot, which just shows how a boring
Yeah,
race
they
can
were.
actually lead you to a good result.
Like you can have a nice flat race, no problems. Just keep your pace, no big troubles, maybe some minor contacts, and you can do a huge result. Like in this case for the Sim Project team. And they lead the class, the silver class, with probably half a lap. Yeah, 3/4 of a lap on the number 24, P9 overall, second in class.
Now as we enter the final 30 minutes of the race, still waiting to see if those top two, or I guess more so when those top two will pit. They're definitely going to need to. We'll see if it's going to be a full change or just a quick little splash and dash for fuel to run all the way to the end of the race. And now here we have a battle for 11th place between the Lamborghini, or no, the Lamborghini 136 is ahead of that Lexus there, but this is the battle between the 222 Aston Martin and the 333 Bentley. The Aston just going to pull to the side. The Bentley seems to have a bunch of pace compared to the Aston. Maybe Aston's just going to use the Bentley to try and get as close as possible to the Lambo in front also.
Wait, he got past again. The Lambo got through again on the 222. So maybe they have still problems.
I don't
Some
think the
kind
222
of
ever
problems.
passed the 136.
Yeah, the trip on didn't pass. I saw that they passed. Maybe it was mine. I flashed it. I don't know.
Here's a battle for 18th place between, 17th place between the 911 Porsche and the 49 Ferrari. Just for position overall, not in category. Whoa, no!
No.
There was a
big
car just on the exit there. That's an unfortunate crash. Luckily, they're just right in the pit entrance still. Dang, that's an unfortunate crash for them.
And it's also a big impact.
Let's tune in with 337 setting pretty decent lap times. Just trying to hang on to that third spot overall. Could potentially gain a bit more with other drivers needing, or other teams, the top two specifically, needing to do a pit stop still, as the leader of Pro-Am goes into the pits from 5th place. Here we see the 222 Aston has gotten back through the Bentley, but Bentley back on the tail again. They were probably, I think they were involved in that incident with that spun around Lamborghini.
While there is the 496 in the pit for the last stop.
Bentley on the inside through turn 11, very aggressive move.
And he goes through. And he's back in front. And I'll be back in a bit.
Here we have the number 60 Nissan, the lone Nissan in the grid. Running along in 4th in their category, good result from them. Let's see if they can keep it together in these last 25 minutes of the race. Here we have a fight for 28th between the 999 Audi and the 999 Audi. The 999 trying to stay on the tail as best as they can. They are, of course, in a different category, so they qualified in completely opposite positions on the grid, but that doesn't mean you still can't have a fight during the race, as a couple of more cars are exiting the pit lane. Here's the 122 Beer Racing team running in 2nd currently. Will most likely have to do another pit stop, but I think at this point they're just going to have to come in for just a quick fuel stop. And the 144 at the end of the race gets a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Oh no, that's gonna be very costly. That's essentially just another pit stop there, a stop and go 30. Here we see the 69 Porsche going through. Which turn is this? That's 5 and 6, I believe. Trying to catch up to P20, about 1 second the gap. In fact, he has gotten P20. Looks like there must have been a problem for the car in front, because the 69 Pit Speed Racing team has moved up into the top 20 now. 101 McLaren riding along in 4th place. This is Slow Force 1. Right on board with the leader for a little bit. Let's just see his view from the front of the grid. Number 11 Porsche. They started on the front row. Had a bit of a incident early on in the race, but recovered very well. Now riding in the lead of the race. Slow Force 3. They will most likely have to do another pit stop though. With about 20 minutes left, there we go. Porsche dives into the pits from the lead. Let's just see where they end up coming out on track. Crawling along through the pits into their pit stall. See the Madhouse Racing team, which qualified on pole, recovering, still recovering very nicely, up into 23rd place now, down 40th at one point. Good recovery from them, trying to unlap themselves from the 49 Ferrari in front. Meanwhile, the Porsche has now exited the pits. And it looks like is still in the lead of the race. Very good strategy from the Porsche team there. We're just going to have to wait and see for all of the timings to go through since everything is a little slow. One thing says one thing, the software says another thing, so let's just wait and see for everything to filter through until we for sure can say who is in the lead of the race. So here we go. After the timings have cycled through, but the Porsche is now in second place with a 7-second gap to the leader, the 122 Beer Racing Team, Aston Martin. We will just have to wait and see if they need to complete another pit stop, because based on the data from pit wall, it looks like they should just about be safe. However, I'm not 100% certain on that, so we'll just still have to wait and see. Let's tune in to a battle going on for 15th place. Sorry, for 14th place. These are the two Fortune Hunter Racing teams, the 16 McLaren and the 13 Audi. In a battle for 13th place, we'll most likely won't see too big of a battle between these two as they are teammates. The two Fortune Hunter Racing teams going bumper to bumper through the chicane. Like I said, these guys being teammates, we most likely won't see too big of a battle develop between them. Here we see the overall leaders with 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go. The 122 Beer Racing Team Aston Martin. We'll have to see if they do yet another pit stop during the last 10 minutes of the race. That shouldn't take away too much time. It will most likely cost them the lead if they need to pit, but it probably will not cost them second place overall. Getting through the traffic on the outside of the kink. Yep, and here they go. They dive into the pits, most likely just for a quick fuel stop. And there we see the Porsche going by through for the lead of the race. The number 11 back through for first. Oh, and there's a bit of a contact between, what is it, the 33 McLaren it looked like, and one of the Lexuses towards the back of the grid. Hopefully the Lexus can get turned around the right way and pointed back the correct direction pretty much. And the 101 also dives to the pits from 4th place. And there is the 122. They have come out in 3rd place now. Gonna try and chase down 2nd in these closing stages of the race, but there's no guarantee they will be able to do that though. Here we have the gaps at the front. There's a 26-second gap between first and second place. And now there's a 7-second gap between third and second. We'll see if that 122 Aston Martin can close the gap in the closing stages and put on a fight for the second step of the podium. Here we see the 45 Lexus in 31st place overall. Now here we have a battle between the 43 Aston Martin and the number 1 Aston Martin for 29th place. As we approach 10 p.m. in-game time, it is officially dark. So, now, in these final 10 minutes, let's just see if everyone can keep it nice and clean and tidy. No big risks anymore need to be taken. All the gaps are fairly opened up. Here we have the 96 Pit Speed Racing 2 Audi, running in 6th place overall. A good result from them. They did have a couple of moments and incidents early on in the race. Bit of a setback, but nonetheless, a very good result running in the top 10. Closing stages of the race. The 819 is closing in by a lot on the cars in front. Almost bumper to bumper with the Aston in front. I'm not sure if that was for position on the Porsche on the outside there. Doesn't quite look like it. We have the car behind them, trying to chase down the 819 McLaren. 12 seconds the gap. I'm not sure if there's going to be enough time in the race for them to close that down. And the 43 has gone through the number 1. See him in the front of the picture there. From that battle from earlier. Now here's a battle for 7th overall between the 33 McLaren and the 496 Lexus. This isn't for position in class, just from the overall standings. Thank you for all the viewers who stayed with us for the entire 6 hours, and thank you also to everyone who tuned in here and there. We really appreciate all of the support. Thanks to all the new followers. We really appreciate that. We'll definitely be back with more racing. So definitely just keep your eyes open for more events from NCR. We really do like to host these, and we hope everyone else has a fun time joining us in these as well, as we approach less than 5 minutes left of the race. Still a hefty 26-second gap between P1 and P2. P1 being the number 11 Porsche, that's Slow Force 3. As these two are going to get bumper to bumper entering the last corner. Now with 4:20 to go, these two are approaching the start-finish line. We'll see if the 496 can make a move on the inside into turn 1 here. Not quite close enough to send a dive. Maybe you're going to try on a bit of a cutback. Nope, goes a little bit deep. Now we see the 819 McLaren very much closing the gap on the cars in front. About 2 seconds to the car in front, pulls out of the slipstream of the back marker. Around the outside, Aston avoiding contact there. Slightly in front of them, the 911 Porsche. 1 second to the 69 Porsche in front as they enter turn 4. On the exit, the 911 tries to get a cutback. He's going to stay on the inside. Sorry, the outside. The 69 does a great job defending the inside. Ooh, not quite enough room to cut into there. Going to have to stay back and try another way around as they round turn 6. The 819 getting very close behind. These two are bumper to bumper, approaching the turn 7 hairpin. On the inside, there's not quite enough room, or is there? Really sticks his nose in. They're going to go side by side into the Schumacher S. On the approach, the 69 will have the inside. Oh, but the 911 sends it around the outside. Now has the inside. What a move. And let's see if the 819 can capitalize on this. Nope, he's just going to have to back out. Not enough room there. What a brave move from the 911 Porsche on the outside of the Schumacher S. And now behind them, the McLaren is going to try a move on the outside as they approach the kink of the back straight. Side by side, McLaren's going to have the inside into the chicane. Yep, the 69 Porsche just pulls out, gives the McLaren the room as they approach the final corner. We'll see if the McLaren has enough pace to catch the 911 Porsche in front for overall 20th place. Very good recovery from the Madhouse Racing team that started on pole. Great job for them to sticking around for the entire race, moving back up into the top half of the field. Based on the current track position of P1, it looks like we're going to have 2 laps left, this lap plus 1, when the leader crosses the line. Oh, and there's a bit of a mistake from the 24. Oh, another small bump, nothing too major though.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
There we see the message leader on the final lap of the race. 20 seconds left in the race, but that time will expire, and this will be the final lap of the race. Currently in the lead, the number 11 Porsche of Slow Force 3 by ACCRL. They have a really good gap over second place. It's right around 25-30 seconds. There you see it come up 26.7 seconds. All the gaps have fairly opened up. The two close teams are these Fortune Hunter Racing, but again, they are teammates, so not really looking for a big battle here, just trying to finish well, riding in 13th and 14th. A 122 Beer Racing team in third place overall. A very good result from them. Had a really strong race from the beginning. Not really getting involved in any incidents, which is good to see from them. A nice clean race. Here we have the leader of the Pro-Am class, the 496 Lexus. Going through the kink, approaching the chicane. And here we have the overall leader approaching the last corner for the final time. Pitching it into the right on the approach to the start-finish line, and there is the checkered flag for the winner, the number 11 Porsche Slow Force 3 by ACCRL. Congrats to them. Great result. And slightly behind them, here we have the leader of the Pro-Am class, the 496 Lexus. Very, very good result from them, finishing in 8th overall. Amazing result. Here we have P2, the 337 Lexus of Infirus Motorsport. Great result from them, finishing in 2nd. Very good battles for them the entire race, up and down the grid. Here we have the leader of the AM category, Enzo Benvenuti, to cross the line in 16th overall, but that's P1 in the AM category for them. Congrats. Oh, and there, unfortunately, it looked like there was a problem for the number 1 car. They were running in 2nd in class, but now they got dropped down to 3rd. Even then, still finishing 3rd in class. Good result from the number 1 car. P4, number 111, Slow Force 2. Great result from the Slow Force team in general. They've got 3 cars in the top 6, it looks like. 3 cars in the top 5 even. Great result from them. Came out here and dominated. Here's Fortune Hunters Racing number 14 across the line, finishing 17th overall. Here we have Drink and Drive number 1, the 999 across the line. And as we wait for one more driver, it's the 30 car in P39, number 155, and there it is. There's the race. Wow, can't believe it. 6 hours already. There was plenty of action from the start. Great battles during the middle. A couple of fantastic overtakes. A bit of incidents, but that's expected from racing. So everybody kept it clean. Everybody kept it fair. The stewards did a fantastic job handling everything. Thank you to all of the drivers and the participants. We really couldn't do it without you. Thanks everybody for watching. Whew, I'm out of breath. Great race. Congrats once again to the number 11 Porsche for their commanding race. Started from the top, got into a little bit of some squabbles, but kept their cool, kept a strong race pace all the way to the end of the race. ...184 laps in total done by the leader. Everyone up to P6 was on the lead lap. I gotta say, great result from the 49 Ferrari, finishing in 16th place, starting from the back of the grid in the AM category. Absolutely amazing result from them. Now, nowhere close is second place in the AM category. Of course, the categories aren't exactly necessarily split perfectly all the time. We try to do our best. And it does really lead to some really close racing for everybody.
Go, go, go.
And with that, we are going to sign off for the day. Once again, thank you everybody for watching. Thanks everybody for participating. Keep an eye out in the NCR Discord. Keep an eye out on Race App for more events from NCR to come in the future. We really, really appreciate everybody sticking around through the beginning, through all of the technical issues that we had. Really not much we can do, so we really appreciate your patience and for staying around to the end of this, what turned out to be fantastic race. And on that, thank you once again. We will see you next time.